Good morning, good day, good evening. Damn, this is the third day in a row that I'm live? Holy shit, bro, I've never seen before. So, we are going to continue a bit with the game development. So, I mean, let's get into it. What's up? So, I did fix some stuff off stream today. Let me just lower the volume here. Maybe something like that should be fine. Because as you might know, yesterday we had quite a bit of trouble making the jumping thing work, because basically the player ended up being able to fly rather than jump. And so there was some issue with the code, but now it actually works. We can't double jump anymore, so that's good. And if you want to see what I actually changed, I can show you guys in case anyone is interested. So it's here in the play movement. What did I actually change? Oh yeah, I did change this spot. Just before we had if we're grounded and this key is pressed on like the same row. So now I did two if statements again, and that seems to work out. And I don't know, I was messing around a bit with this. The only reason I did 0.1 here is... Did I do it? Oh yeah, I think this might have been what fixed it actually, because we kept on detecting the ground all the time. That's why we were able to like keep jumping. So I think we actually fixed that issue. So yeah, if anyone is interested, this is how the new code looks. It's still quite similar. I think the biggest change is probably that I set these apart and that I changed this value. And I'm not gonna mess with it anymore now, because like I said, it is working. And I gotta say, the game actually got a bit more fun just from being able to jump. Because I realized that it's actually a tactic. Just, see, I can't catch that one, but if you jump and catch it, you have more time to go to the next one. So you actually, even without changing the speed, you actually do earn on jumping. So just to make, since that made the game a little bit easier, I actually upped the speed a little bit from the beginning to once again make it harder, because like I said, I think it's way too boring if the game ends up being too easy. So what I did is I changed the spawn interval from every second to every 0.8 seconds. Otherwise, I have not really changed anything that you guys haven't seen. So, if we check the to-do list, we have some more stuff that we want to do. I mean, we have a lot of stuff, but obviously we're not gonna be able to fix everything today. So the most important stuff, yeah, I did realize I do want to have a dash ability as well, but I'm gonna wait a bit with that. I don't think that should be too hard to code. Usually I say that and then it's super fucking complicated, so maybe I shouldn't jinx it. But yeah, I don't think we need to do the dash ability now. But I do want to fix the health system so that, yeah, it actually becomes a game. And with that, we're gonna be able to die and get the game over scene, where we should also be able to see our high score. So I have... Music still down. So basically I have located a few tutorials on YouTube that I think we're gonna watch, basically to make a health system, a high score system, and the game over scene. So that is like the things I sort of wanted to focus on today, basically this part right here. And then later on we can go back and do the dash ability and start working on the other stuff. So I think the first most important thing is probably the health system. So I'm gonna say let's start trying to work on that. And I don't really know how this is gonna work. Just the only issue I have, the thing I don't understand is, just I want to be able to get more health later on, like through upgrades. As you can see here, I do have a plan on making some form of upgrade system. I think we should be able to do that anyway. Oh yeah, and so I found a tutorial showing how to make a high score, which I think is relatively easy. But through that we also must make a total score. Because the total amount that we have is also what's going to be the wallet or whatever. That's what you're going to use to actually purchase upgrades. Because obviously it would be a problem if you end up purchasing upgrades through your high score, so you get a worse high score when you upgrade. I mean, so we have to separate these. There must be one high score, which is just the highest amount you've been able to catch. And then we have the total score, which is partly just because it's fun to have data, and then also to be able to have like a currency system. So like the points and the currency in this game is going to be the same. Everything is going to revolve around how much you have caught, basically. So let's get into it. Like I said, I think the heart system is the most important thing, so let's start off with that. The only thing I'm concerned about, I'm not sure this is actually going to explain how to make like a death. Because in some way we have to connect our health system to get us to the game over menu when we lose all our health. Yeah, we have 3 videos, but we're gonna watch one and start coding, and then we go on to the next one. So basically heart system, health system, we have game over, and then high score. Which I'm not going to show the high score like this. I'm going to put the high score in the game over scene later on instead. I think that works better. Because, I don't know, when you're playing, I don't really see the reason why you need to constantly see a high score. I don't know, maybe you do want to. You could put like just a smaller number below this one. I don't know, I'll have to think about that.
Welcome to Blackthorn Prod. I'm Noah. Now, many games feature some sort of health system. It can be displayed as a UI number, a red juicy bar, or in the case of games like The Legend of Zelda, Minecraft, or The Binding of Isaac, with hearts. And so that is the topic of today's video. Make heart containers using the Unity game engine and C#. By the end of the tutorial, you will have a system that looks like this. The player will have a number of heart containers, and by of course defeating monsters and or leveling up, he can acquire more heart containers, depending on...
Yeah, so that's, instead of doing like level ups or something like that, we are later on going to fix an upgrade system so that you can like purchase more heart containers.
His amount of health, the containers will either be empty or red, juicy, and full. Of course,
I don't know if I need to have empty heart containers. I feel like you could make it just so that you lose. Like basically like we have right now. We have our 3 hearts, and then you can make it so that they literally just disappear. I think that works. Because these also block a bit of the objects falling down, so I feel like it's almost better to just make them disappear completely. Which is, like the only reason where I would see it being more valuable to have empty heart containers is if you have some sort of like healing aspect. But in the actual game, when you lose a heart, you can't get a new one until you restart. that's the plan. So I think I'm just gonna make them disappear. So we can probably skip some of the coding here.
We will also make sure that the player's health value does not exceed the number of heart containers. With that said, let's get started. So I have an almost empty Unity project opened up, with the exception of 2 sprites representing the heart containers. One is empty and the other is full. I'll begin by creating a new UI canvas and setting the UI scale mode to scale with screen size. This way, no matter how big or small our aspect ratio is, the UI will scale with it. I'll then make a UI.
Oh, we made a canvas? But I already have a canvas, don't I? Oh yeah, but that's only for the store text. I mean, though, to be honest, I think we could probably just use the same canvas.
Way, no matter how
I don't know if this matters.
Big or small our aspect ratio is, the UI will scale with it. I'll then make a UI image and drag and drop my red heart into the empty sprite slot. Let's say I wanted my character's maximum health to be equal to 10. So I'll duplicate character's
Oh wait, I'm already lost. What are you doing?
And the other is full. I'll begin by creating a new UI canvas.
Okay, you know what? Let's just do it like he does it. So UI canvas.
And setting the UI scale mode to scale with screen size.
Scale mode. Scale with screen size. This is still fucking massive though. I think there's an issue with me making the game so freaking small. Like the actual game in the project is like tiny. Shrink. So wait, how did we actually make this smaller? Can I move this? I don't think that did anything, no. Okay, so immediate problems, let's go. Target display. What this is. Constant pixel size. Because I guess we don't want to change the resolution. How did we do with the other canvas? UI scale mode world. Canvas world space. Oh, and I like fit it to the camera instead. I guess we should do that again, which is this whole... Yeah, event camera. Yeah, because now we can actually move this one. Now the question is, how do we scale it down? Like that. Okay, so can we scale this? Here we go. This is what we want to do, I think. I wonder if the other one is fucked because this is not in the correct resolution. I don't know if that matters. Let's not care about that right now. What's the worst that can happen, eh? Boom.
This way, no matter how big or small our aspect ratio is, the UI will scale with it. I'll then make a UI image and drag and drop my red heart into the empty sprite slot.
Oh wait, did it add an image
my
component?
red heart will scale with it. I'll then make a UI image and drag and drop my red heart.
Oh, okay. So add a UI image. And then we use this one.
Into the empty sprite slot. Let's say I wanted my character's maximum health to be equal to 10. So I'll duplicate the heart container, move it slightly.
Wait, I can't even see mine. Let's remove these for now. Image type, material, Is it because it's way too big? No. Oh wait, I'm changing the wrong value. Scale. Okay, we still can't see it. Put them on the canvas. Layer UI. Source image. Raycast target simple. Image type. Mine says sliced. Maybe we should change that. Simple. Oh. Something happened. Serve aspect set native size. Okay, so at least now we can see it. Okay. But we have to change something here about the layer, don't we? Sorting layer. Oh, I actually named one health. Let's try and use that. Sorting layer health. There we go. Easy. Then you still need to be way smaller. Okay. Something like that. Let's try and put this in the same position. At least sort of. There we go. So I think we can delete these ones.
To the right and repeat this process. Maximum health to be equal to 10. So I'll duplicate the heart container, move it slightly to the right, and repeat this process.
Okay. Are we happy about the placement? Yeah, that should be fine. So let's take this one. Let's rename this like hot. Rename this into health canvas. I don't know why, but let's do it. Let's actually move this one a little bit more. Something like... Is this too big? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah, that works. That's fine. Okay. Duplicate. And then position X, let's do 750. Should I be closer? I think that's good. These look very far apart. Well, let's do this. And let's duplicate and 630. This will be 39. How many do we all have? We have 5. I think 6 should be the max. I think that's going to be the max health. But you're not going to start with that. You're gonna start with 3 hearts. And then with upgrades you will be able to get more. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Until I have 10 red hearts in my scene. With that done, I'll create a new C# script, call it
Okay, scripts and shit.
health, and begin programming. I'll first of all make a public int variable called health. I'll then make another...
You're not crashing on me, are you? I think it's fine. Health. Okay, so what do we want to do? Public int as in a number called health.
Public int variable, this one named number of hearts. So when this is equal to 1, I should only have 1 heart container visible.
Unity engine, blah blah blah, everything should be
in my
fine.
is equal to 1, I should only have 1 heart container visible in my scene view. If this was equal to, for example, 4, then 4 heart containers would be visible, and so on. I'll now want to make an array of...
So what, this is the value for how much health we have, as in how many of our hearts are full? And this is for how many heart containers we currently have, I think.
Images. But to do so, I first need to type using unityengine.ui. Now I can reference and tweak via script Unity's UI. So let's create the public images array and call it hearts. Finally, I'll create two sprites variables, one called full hearts and the other empty hearts. Alright, now that we've created all of our variables, let's head back into Unity,
What the fuck
create an empty game object called player,
image,
and drag and drop our health. Create all of our variables.
Okay, what else do we need? We need the sprite. Oh, but he uses two here. He has the full heart and the empty heart. I don't think I'm gonna use that, so let's only do public sprite, and we name that heart. This like that. I wonder, does this mean that... Well, this one is named heart, so I think that should be fine. Let's try do it like
Let's
this.
head back into Unity, create an empty game object called player, and drag and drop our health script onto it.
Okay, so we have the player, so I'm assuming, like this is our character, I'm assuming we can just use the health script on the actual player. Because you can have more than one script, right? Yeah. Oh, new behavior script. So this is supposed to be health. Go to player, see if we now can add this, and we can. So I'm guessing this actually don't change anything right now. No.
I'll begin by typing some default value for health and the...
Oh wait. Heart. Full heart, empty heart. Why do I have a number here next to heart? He doesn't have that. Did I mess something up? Let's take a look at the code again. Public image heart, and then public sprite called heart. Array size.
Alright, now that we've created all of our
Immediately
variables,
confused.
let's
go.
head back into Unity, player, and onto it. I'll begin by typing some default value for health and the number of...
Because yeah, here, hearts. For some reason I can add a number to this, and I don't know why. That was called... was on hearts. List is empty. Why you gotta be so complicated? Public image. Boom. That we call hearts. Public sprite. Heart. Because we don't actually add a number here, but
let's head back into
because the int is what makes us be able to add a number on the
Unity,
other ones.
create an empty drag and drop.
Okay, let's skip that for now
health
and see if
the
it
number
works
of
anyway.
heart containers. I'll then lock the inspector so I can quickly and easily drag and drop all my heart images inside of the array.
Size 10. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put this on my other monitor for a moment. Okay, so that should be fine. Let's say we want to begin with 3 hearts, and number of hearts should also be 3. And then this list is empty. I'm assuming that we are going to just choose all of these. Wait, what? How did it do this?
Drag and drop all my heart images
Oh, for this. Okay, let's just do it one by one. I think that should work. How do I do this? Ah, okay, so that's the size thingy then, I guess. Okay.
inside of the array. Lastly, I'll drag and drop my red heart inside the full heart slot, and the
Well, I'm not gonna use the full and empty heart slots, so I guess we just choose the sprite then, which is this one for heart.
empty heart inside the empty heart slot. Back in MonoDevelop, I'll create a for loop inside my update function. Note that you can quickly generate the syntax for the for loop by hitting tab twice in a row on your keyboard. So I'll want this loop to run as long as my variable I is less than the number of hearts in my heart array, which is to say 10. With each iteration of the loop, I would like to check whether I is smaller than the number of hearts our player currently has. If I is smaller, then we want the heart of index I to be visible. So simply type hearts I dot enabled equals true. If however I is bigger than the number of hearts, then we would like those hearts in our array to be hidden. So I'll copy and paste this line of code and replace the true to false. Heading back into Unity, I can...
What? Okay, so we have a for loop and the number... It was it. And I is heart's length. I plus... So we add 1 to the int variable. I don't understand this. If the number called number of hearts is hearts I enabled true. Else hearts I enabled equals false. Is that correct? Okay, we're missing something. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see if this works. Don't think it works.
To false. Heading back into Unity, I can hit play and you'll see that because number of hearts is equal to 4, only 4...
Oh! Okay. Okay, it seems to be working.
heart containers are visible. If I change this to 8,
So
8 hearts will display themselves, and so on. Let's now create another if statement inside the same for loop, this one checking whether I is smaller than the amount of health. Remember, I starts at 0 and increments of 1 every time the code inside this loop is run. So if I is smaller than the amount of health, when I is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on, then we know our player has at least 1, 2, 3, 4 health, and so on. And so the heart sprite of index I will display a full heart. However, all heart images in our array with an index greater than I will have an empty heart sprite. Now, if all this loop and array talk is a little confusing,
and otherwise, okay, so I don't want it to show the heart otherwise, whereas he does. If the number is smaller than health, which is the full amount of hearts we can have, I think. What? Then full heart. Otherwise, hearts empty.
highly recommend you check out 2 small videos I made a while back with my brother Liam on the topic. Lastly, we must make sure that our player does not have more health than his number of
I'm not sure about this. Okay, so if I is smaller than hearts, he shows the full heart, so I think that's when we should show this one. But then he does an else statement for the empty hearts. Maybe we should add empty hearts just to... because I'm not sure how this is gonna work now. Just otherwise I need to add some else statement being like, otherwise remove it. Okay guys, let's make empty heart containers. Fuck it. Oh, how is this gonna work though? Okay, I'm gonna try. Let's see what happens. So let's change this for now to public sprite full heart, and then we're going to add another public sprite that we call empty heart. And then now we can do else wait, what? I think I need to do it like this. Why can I not? If blah blah else okay, there we go. Else hearts sprite equals empty heart. Oh yeah, and then we need to change this to full heart. Oh, maybe this works anyway, actually. Because now... Okay, now we should add here, it should say full heart and empty heart instead, right? Yeah. And then for the full heart, we add this one. What if we just don't add a sprite to the empty heart? I think that might actually work. Because then you just won't have a sprite to render. Okay, let's try just not adding one.
Doing so is super easy. Just make an if statement and check whether health is greater than the number of heart containers. If that is the case, then all you must do is set health equal to the number of hearts variable. And now we can jump back into Unity, hit play and try out our newly established health system. So for example, let's say my player has 7 heart containers, but took a serious beating by some wandering monster and only has 2 health. 5 of which are empty and the first 2 red and full. Awesome! And that will mark the end of...
Or do we want to have empty... What do you guys think? Should we have empty heart containers or not? Because either we just remove these hearts. Yeah, I think we can just remove them. I don't care about empty heart containers.
This video. I hope you found it helpful and will be able to implement this health system.
Oh, okay.
Into your own creation. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons to support Blackthorn Pro.
Ah, fuck it. Let's make empty heart containers. We have the shape. Oh, this is interesting. I only want to keep the stroke. Maybe it's easier to just use this one and literally remove this. And let's double check how this looks with a background. Okay, that's good. That's a bit annoying. Now the question is, are they going to notice? I mean, the background is darker. You know what? At least for the moment, I don't care enough. Let's just save this as is. And let's call this empty heart. Let's see how it looks. So then we should be able to import new asset called empty heart. Okay. Yeah, I think this should be fine. We go to the player script and we put this one here. Let's see what happens. We now do number of hearts 4. Oh yeah, okay, it does work. Now you can see the empty heart containers. I'm not sure I actually like it. What we also could do otherwise is that we use this one, but we basically just dim the heart down. That might actually look better. So basically when the heart is full, it looks like this. And then when you lose the heart, you do something like this instead. Let's try that. Empty heart. Just to see how it looks. And now we can, let's see, we can delete this. We import new asset, empty heart. Wait, why doesn't it look the same? Wait, did I do something weird? Import new asset, empty heart, import. There we go. Go to the player script and then we add the empty heart. See how this looks. Yeah, I think I like this more, actually. They just dim down, you can still see them, but you can still tell that those are not full. Fodders. Okay, I like it. Let's use that for now at least. What's this? Wait, I get an error? Okay, no. Seems fine. I guess the error comes when we start changing this. No? Okay. This is fine.
And get
now we just have to make sure that... Let's see, I think I might be able to script this myself. We're going to try. Because right now, in our health script, we have, let's see, which variable is actually making us lose health? How do I do this? Play this. And then we put number of hearts to 2. Okay, that's not correct. So number of hearts is the one we should update when you purchase a health upgrade. Then you end up having like 4 hearts instead. And health is the current health we have. So when we take damage, we want to lower that by 1 until we have no health left. So the variable that we call health, int health here, public int health. Oh yeah, and we set this number. So somehow later on we can do something so that if you buy the health upgrade, then this will be equal to 4. Because if I do this now, then this is going to disappear, right? And it will be like permanently set to 4. Okay. I misunderstand this. It still says 3. That's the number we want to change through another script, which is the falling object, because here we do something when the player doesn't catch the object. And what we want to do is I guess we need to do a find object of type called health dot health, I guess. And then on this one we add the score by doing plus plus. So what if we do minus minus? I'm just guessing now, but let's see what happens. I don't seem to get an error. Holy shit, it actually works. Okay, it actually works. Every time we miss one, we get one less heart. So how do we die? Now we must make something so that if the player dies, the game stops and it's game over. Oh, and then with the upgrades, then we do, if you buy this, then plus plus on the number of hearts. Yeah. Oh no, you need to add both the plus to health and number of hearts, just otherwise you only get the container, which doesn't do shit. Okay, I think... Dude, I feel good about being able to figure out how to make the heart actually go down. Or the health go down. So I guess we can look at the game over scene now. This seems to be working. So we probably need to do something where, like, if health equals 0. You know, we can actually try this ourselves. What if we go to, let's just do health, and then, should I do it on the same one, like here? Let's do if health equals 0, then do a debug log saying you died, lol noob. Oh, and the semicolon. Let's see if this works. Nope. Cannot implicitly convert type int to bool. So how? I'm not trying to make this into a bool. Wait, 40. If health, what is health? Public int. I, hearts, length. So what if we do if I equals 0? If I equals 0, does that work? No, it's just the same thing. Oh wait, I is equal to 0. Because here we, then we plus it with. I feel like I should be able to just use the health int. If health, maybe I have to type like equals 0. 0 does not exist. Why can I not just do if health equals 0? I feel like that should work. I'm not trying to change it to a bool, that's true or false, right? And this is not a true or false statement. I just want it to be... Just here, if I is less than health, and health is... Oh, let's see, hearts is the image. If I equals 0. Nope. Same error. I feel like I should just be able to do if health equals 0. Which is, health is this number, and when this goes down to 0, we have no hearts left. Maybe, what if we do this on a different one? Let's say we do it on the void update instead. So, wait, I have to do it here then. So if health equals 0, if health equals 0, then debug.log you died, noob. Okay, let's see. Still the same. Wait, that can't be right. 40. Oh no, okay, I see. So this 0 is not okay, apparently. If I equals 0, I does not exist. But we have the int called health. Why can I not use this? If health is equal or less than 0, is less than or equal to 0. Okay. We didn't get an error.
For this
You died, noob. Okay. Okay, I think that actually works. Now it keeps spamming that I'm dead, because we don't have enough hearts. Okay, so that seems to work. And then this means that this is on death or whatever. So here we should be able to somehow open the game over thingy.
I want to show you guys how
So let's find out how we make that.
Screens. So right now I have this game, right? I got my player and I have this scarecrow enemy, and if I collide with them, you'll see I start taking damage. So if I actually go all the way down to 0, well, right now I'm just printing this console log saying, you're dead. But I'd like to actually show how I make a game over menu. And it's worth noting, there's so many different ways of doing this, and there's so many different games that, you know, you have a lose.
He's only said it once though. Mine said it 999 plus times. But it basically keeps spamming that I'm dead. I wonder how I fix that. Because I wonder if it's going to like keep opening new game over scenes or something. Oh, is it because we do void update, maybe? Let's see how he coded this first.
In my case, you collide with the scarecrow, you lose health. When your health's 0, you lose. But in something like Doodle Jump, you lose when you miss a platform and you fall off the screen, right? So it really doesn't matter. The solution I'm going to show today is applicable to any game you're making. You're just going to have to adapt it to what you're doing, but it won't be hard. Okay, so let me give you just a little bit of context in my scene so you understand how I'm going to set things up. And really, the main thing you need to know is this scarecrow, right, has this script called...
Yeah, and this is fine, because we technically don't even need to take damage, because all we do is that if the falling object misses the player, then you find the health and you remove one. So that's technically our damage. That's how our damage works. So then this is
damage
not
on
needed.
Collision. And I'm, for the demo, just seeing if we're colliding with a player and getting their player health script and telling them to take 25 damage. Simple. So the only thing...
So instead of taking damage, we just remove a heart, which is basically the same
damage
thing.
for 25 a hit. Okay, and this is my player health script, and we can go through this really quick. We have a health and a max health. At start, we set health to max health. Right, so it's just, I don't want to reset it manually. It'll do it for me when I restart the game. And then I just have that take damage function. So, you know, we're passing in 25 and the enemy...
Yeah. Okay, so this is what I just did. If health is equal to 0, then we did a debug log. But he then also puts health is equal to 0.
Script. And we basically say health minus equals amount. So in this case, it'd be 25. And if we're ever less than or equal to 0, then we set our health to 0 just so we cap it off. And then...
Okay. Should we try and see what happens if we do that as well? So if we do on death, health equals 0. Because right now we got spammed with this. Let's see if we fix that issue by doing this instead. Oh, it keeps spamming it. And we are using this on an update. What is he using? Public void take damage. Oh, so that is probably the issue. That ours is just like keeps on updating. So what if we... What if we actually remove this and we leave this be, and then we make a new one, which is like void. He does take damage. Where did he name take damage? Dot take damage. It doesn't name any.
And I'm for the demo just seeing if
here.
player health script, and we can go through
No
this
here.
really quick. We have a health and a max health, 2 max health. Right, so it's just I don't want to reset it manually. It'll do it for me when I restart the game.
Oh, yeah, public void take damage. So, we're just finding this one and changing it. But we want something else than a void update. How does fixed update work? If we do a void fixed update, and then in that one we do if health is less than or equal to 0, then debug.log you died. Let's see if this changes anything.
For this.
It keeps doing it, so we're spamming out. I don't think that's a good thing. I think you only want this to happen once. The question is, how do we fix that? I don't think we need an update at all. We need something else here, like void. Can you just do a void? No, you can't. Okay. So he named this himself, didn't he? Public void take damage. So is that just... Because I never saw that he actually named this type or whatever. Can you make a void anything? Like public void. What if we put this on the start? I don't even have a start here. Let's do public void hello death. Okay, I just want to see if this works. Okay, it does seem to work. At least there's no...
For this.
Okay, no it doesn't. Which is now it doesn't update. It doesn't actually say that we are dead. How do I make it so that it only updates once? Void update. Void death.
For this.
Nope. Just like I said, the interesting thing here is that when he dies, it actually only says it once, like, oh, in the log, like, you died. Whereas for me, we get like 230 messages telling us that we are dead. Because we keep on updating it. Whereas he does void called take damage. Okay, let's check. Let's check my little cheat sheet that I made. We don't really talk about this here. Variable type. String int float bool.
The minus equals amount, so in this case it'd be 25. And if we're ever less than or equal to 0, then we set our health to 0 just so we cap it off. And then right now we're just doing a health in the enemy script. And so just I don't want to reset it manually. We have a health. Okay. And I'm, for the demo, just seeing if we're Scarecrow, right, has this script called damage on collision, and I'm, for the demo, just seeing if we're colliding with a player and getting their player health script and telling them to take 25 damage. Simple. So the only thing the enemy does is damage for 25 a hit. Okay, and this is
Complete void take damage.
my player health script, and we can go through this really quick. We have a health and a max health. At start, we set health to max health, right? So it's just, I don't want to reset it manually. It'll do it for me when I restart the game. And then I just have that take damage function. So, you know, we're passing in 25 in the enemy script. And we basically say health minus equals amount. So in this case, it'd be 25. And if we're ever less than or equal to 0, then we set our health to 0 just so we cap it off. And then right now we're just doing that debug log, you're dead. But really, instead of logging you're dead, we'd really like to display our game over screen. And again,
I don't know if this matters, that's the annoying thing. But I feel like that could be an issue. Because when he died, he got one message saying, okay, you're dead. Whereas I get like, well, it keeps updating. So for every frame that I have 0 hearts, it keeps logging that I'm dead. And I feel like that could give us some form of issue. So void, is there another update we can use? Void. Can you give me some examples here? On GUI, I don't know what that is. Okay, so now does fixed update, which didn't seem to help. Can you like update one shots? I don't know. Is that a thing?
For this.
Nope. Okay. Fixed update didn't work. Maybe we can find this out, like C# void update types. Start is the code to execute on the very first frame, and update executes on every frame. Yeah, so that's the issue. We don't want it to update every frame, I guess. We only want it to update once. fixed. We tried fixed update and that didn't seem to do anything. It's like update once, I don't know. Simply disable after you have called the function. Or use coroutine. I'm confused. How can I call a method inside update only once? Like, what if we do if I mean, I guess we could maybe do something like if this has happened, and maybe do like fucking and this hasn't happened before, you know? But I don't know how you would actually code that. Just, I don't know what this guy actually did. You see, I just made his own thing here, the public void take damage. So is this a reference to take damage, which he's done in another script perhaps? Damage on collision. In damage on collision, he probably named take damage, and then he's using this to...
When you solution I'm going to show won't be hard things up. In collision script, just my or you come right now to ways to go this the handle. You could or whatever. I have a hit.
When did he show the
thingy?
thingy?
So you understand how I'm going to set things up. And really, the main thing you need to know is that this console log 0. Well, right now I'm just printing this console log saying...
Yeah, because he only gets one debug log saying he's dead. Whereas I get 248 ones telling me I'm dead. And I feel like if we keep it like that, it might like reopen the game over scene then for like infinity. Health already defines a member called update with the same parameters types. Oh, can you not have two updates? It is basically what I'm trying to say is that if we put this here and we remove this part, then we get the same issue again, right? It's gonna keep updating every single frame. Yeah, you died. We already have 999 plus. So that's not correct. Like, there's something here I feel like we need to change. And I think the current problem is that we are using an update. We want to use something else. And you know what we're gonna do? Let's copy this. And let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT. I'm making a 2D game in Unity and I'm currently working on the health and death functions. Right now, the health displays correctly, as in every time I take damage, I lose 1 heart. I set it up so that when I reach 0 hearts, I get a debug log telling me you died. The problem is that when I reach 0 hearts, I get the debug log every single frame. How do I change this code so that when I reach 0 hearts, the game only tells me once that you died. Here's the code. Something went wrong. Let's try an update. Is inside the for loop executed every frame when the health value is less than or equal to 0. To fix this, you can move the debug log statement outside of the for loop and use a boolean flag to keep... Oh, okay, so we'd be like, if hearts equals to 0 equals true, like if that's true, then do this. Okay, okay. To keep track of whether or not the player has died. Private bool is player dead equals false. Okay. And then we do all this, and besides the for loop, we do if health is equal to 0 and the player is not dead, then debug log you died, and it will turn is player dead to true, which means that the next frame it won't do the same thing again, because it's gonna check, and yes, the health is still equal to 0, but the player is not already dead, so it will only show it once. Okay, this actually makes sense. So let's see if I can do this without looking at his code, just to memorize it a bit better. So first of all, we need to make a public bool that we are going to call is player dead, and that will be equal to false. And then we can remove this, and let's see, on the same one as the for loop, we do if, let's see, if health is less than or equal to 0 and how did this? Exclamation mark, not is player dead, then why is this not working? For this, then debug.log telling me you died, and is player dead will be equal to true. Okay, I think I probably messed something up here. Yeah, these should be in the same. Okay, so okay, if health is less than or equal to 0 and the player is not dead, as in if that's still false, meaning if it's the first time it happens, then it will log that you died and turn the is player dead statement to true. I think this, yeah, I feel like this should work. This does make sense. Besides the fact that we forgot this one. Okay, come on now.
For this.
Yeah, now we only get one. Perfect. I think that's how I want to have it.
You're dead, but I adapted things up with a player and getting their player health script and 5 damage. Okay, and this is my player health script, and we can go through this really quick. We have a health and a max health. At start, we set health to max health. Right, so it's just, I don't want to reset it manually. It'll do it for me when I restart the game. And then I just have that take.
How is our health script looking in terms of that? Let's not care about that now.
Damage function. So, we're passing in 25 in the enemy script. And we basically say health minus equals amount. So in this case, it'd be 25. And if we're ever less than or equal to 0, then we set our health to 0 just so we cap it off. And then right now we're just doing that debug log, you're dead. But really, instead of logging you're dead, we'd really like to display our game over screen. And again, so there's so many different ways to go about this, but I'm going to be using events and follow pretty much the observer pattern for doing this, because it gives you a lot of decoupling and flexibility so that whatever your game requires, you're going to be able to handle it. And so I'm going to actually make an event called onPlayerDeath. And I'm going to make this at the top of my player health script, but it doesn't have to be. You could make this event in any script you want that fits your game, like a game manager or whatever. So adapt it to what you need. Anyway, at the top, I'm going to say public static event. And then for the delegate that we want this event to respond to, or the methods that we want to respond to this event, I'm going to be using C#'s action delegate. And by default, you're not going to be able to reference it. It's going to complain because you need to import at the top of the script using system. And there you go. See how it works now? And so this action delegate basically just returns void and doesn't take parameters or any arguments. If this is completely lost to you, I talk about it in my observer pattern video, and you should also just watch a video on events and delegates quick. Anyway, I'm gonna call this onPlayerDeath. And then the only thing we need to do in this script is after our health gets set to 0 and we're dead, we just wanna say onPlayerDeath question mark, so we know it's not null, dot invoke. Again, this is just standard way of creating an event and firing it. So I'm not going to cover how to do that here. I'm just going to show you how to make a game over screen. And because this is a public static event, we're going to be able to reference this on other scripts. This is a public event that we are globally exposing for other game objects to subscribe to, which is what we're going to do for things like player movement, so we can stop moving, and also for our game over screen to display itself. Speaking of a game over screen, let's actually create one really quick. Event that we want to say onPlayer 0. Watch a video on events and delegates quick. Anyway.
Okay. So, first of all, we want to add using system. And then we want to add a public static event. To be honest, I have no idea what this means, and we call that action.
Anyway, I'm going to call this onPlayerDeath.
Oh no, that's a method, and then we call it onPlayerDeath. onPlayerDeath.
And then the only thing we need to do in this script is after our health gets set to 0 and we're dead, we just want to say on player death, question mark, so we know it's not null, dot invoke. Again, this is just standard way of creating an event and firing it. So I'm not going to cover how to do that here. I'm just going to show you how to make a game over screen. And because this is a public static event, we're going to be able to reference this on other scripts. This is a public event that we are globally exposing for other game objects to subscribe to, which is what we're going to do for things like player movement, so we can stop moving, and also for our game over screen to display itself. Speaking of a game over screen, let's actually create one really quick. I have this canvas object, which is, the root of all UI in Unity. And so I'm going to right click on this.
Okay. Maybe I should only have one canvas, and instead of doing health canvas, we do like UI canvas, because it seems like we are going to need to use this for more stuff. And guess we should make sure that this is the correct size, which means it should be the size of the camera then. Something like this. And then I think, so we have our HOTS here. Can I make like a new, let's see, create empty game object. Let's put that in the UI canvas. Let's rename this into health HOTS, like that. I hope this is gonna work. Let's take all of these, boom, and put them into here so that we can just make this look a bit neater. Let's double check that the game still is working.
For this.
Okay, everything seems good. So what we do now is, here, we have another canvas. We also have this event system, which has to do with the canvas. So let's move it in here. And then I think we're going to take the store text and move over as well to the UI canvas, so that we then can delete the old canvas. Now we have everything on one single canvas. Let's double check so everything works. This is basically just to make everything look a bit neater. And it does seem to be working.
For this.
And there we died. Okay. Seems good.
Object, which is screen to display itself. Speaking of a game over screen, let's actually create one really quick. I have this canvas object, which is, the root of all UI in Unity. And so I'm going to right click on this canvas and go to UI and create a panel and call this menu background. If you don't have a canvas, by the way, you can just right click anywhere in your hierarchy and go to UI panel. It'll automatically make this canvas for you. And then on your canvas, in the inspector, I like to set the canvas scaler to scale with screen size. And I tend to just do 1920 by 1080 for HD. Just a little tip, you can put in any resolution you want here, or even make it configurable in some options menu. But that's not the point of this. All right, so we have this menu background here on our canvas, and I'm just gonna make the color darker, because by default it's white and a little bit transparent.
Okay.
Create one really quick. I have this canvas object, which is, you know, the root of all UI in Unity. And so I'm going to right click on this canvas and go to UI and create a panel and call this menu background. If you don't have a canvas, by the way, you can just right click anywhere in your hierarchy and go to UI panel. It'll automatically make this canvas for you. And then on your canvas in the inspector, I like to set the canvas scaler to scale with screen size. And I tend to just do 1920.
Wait, what did you say?
UI panel, it'll automatically make this canvas for you.
Oh, yeah, that's
and then
already
on
done.
your canvas in the inspector, I like to set the canvas scaler to scale with screen size. And I tend to just do 1920 by 1080 for HD. Just a little tip, you can put in any resolution you want here, or even make it configurable in some options menu. But that's not the point of this. All right, so we have this menu background here on our canvas. And I'm just gonna make the color darker.
How do I make this actually cover more of the screen? Because right now it's not filled. Child. Oh. That native holy shit. Okay, wait, let's go back. I mean, I guess I could just scale this one now. Make it fit. Don't know if this is gonna work, but I think we're going to try. Boom. Maybe red is a bit dramatic.
Because
Okay, let's try it like
by
this.
default, it's white
See what happens.
and a little bit transparent. So I'm just gonna make it dark. I'm gonna right click on our canvas again and go to UI, button, Text Mesh Pro. Text Mesh Pro has a higher quality text on it. You can use the regular button. It just kind of looks crappy. And I'm gonna call this a retry button. One last thing I'll do is go to UI, Text Mesh Pro, and I'll call this Game Over Text. And I'll literally say Game Over.
Oh shit. UI canvas button. And let's start off by saying that this button is way too big. Holy shit. We scale it down instead. Scale 0.1. 0.1. And it's done. No, there we have it. So yeah, my game is apparently really small. 0.001. Boom.
I'll center the alignment.
Let's center this one. And center it here as well. Do straw text. Should be. It's also gonna be fucking massive now. Button text. Wait, did he?
And then with the rect tool selected, I'm gonna hold shift so it keeps its resolution. I'm gonna just expand it bigger and make it auto size on the inspector. Okay, and then I'm just gonna position it somewhere at the top. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing here. Like, I'm just trying to make some...
Wait, did he make another text? Oh yeah, he hasn't
Style.
actually changed the... Because this should rather be retry or restart. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Hey, what's happening? Button text restart. Guess we have to change the scaling. Only problem is that I still can't see any auto size. No. Because on his it does actually say button, which is not doing on mine. I think my scaling is a bit messed up with the game, and that's causing some issues like this, for example. Font assets. Font size. Yeah, I'm gonna retry this. If we make a new UI button, can we actually see the text on this one? We can't. Why is that? Hmm. Just now we're just doing the game over.
Expand it bigger.
text.
Cool. I'll center the I text
Go back
Text Mesh
to-
Pro, and I'll a retry on it. You can use the regular button. It just kind of looks crappy. And I'm gonna call this.
Yeah, he immediately gets the text. UI sprite during on raycast target. Okay, let me compare this. What is the difference between... He's currently on the button. Masterable, slice, fill center, that seems right. Sprite none, Player is UI.
This a retry button. One last thing I'll do is go to UI, Text Mesh Pro.
Why can we not see this text? Oh wait, this appears to be the first time you access Text Mesh Pro. As such, we need to add resources to your project that are essential for using Text Mesh Pros. These new resources will be placed at the root of your project in the Text Mesh Pro. Okay, import. The examples and extras package contains additional resources and examples that would be shown in Learn About It. Okay, import everything. Just to make sure we're not missing something like that. Boom. And we can still not see the text. Okay.
And I'll call this game over text.
Can you go to the actual
I'll set
button?
shift so it keeps its resolution. I'm gonna just expand it bigger and make it. It doesn't really work for you, and position it here.
Okay, replay button.
And then I can expand this retry button.
Goes to text, and he has style normal, vision sense, SDF. Oh.
Go to text.
I think 1 is perhaps a bit small of a font size. Lol.
And put the text here as something like retry. And I'll auto size that as well.
So when I auto size it, it just disappears completely. But that's probably because everything is put on 0. Okay. That seems good enough. So we should also make the game over
Darker,
text.
because by default it's one and go to on it. You can use the regular. Last thing I'll do, By text. And I'm gonna call this.
Okay, so for that he just added a normal text. So UI. Did he do that from UI?
Air quality text on it. You can use the regular button. It just kind of by text mesh. And I'm gonna call this a retry button. One last thing I'll do is go to UI text mesh pro, and I'll call this game over text, and I'll literally say game over.
Okay, so we add UI text mesh pro, and of course this is gonna end up being ginormous. We change this to, let's do caps, game over, and let's do bold. Font size, no, let's do 30, and then we scale this down to 0.05. Can I move this? For this? Oh wait, I messed something up. Yeah, 0.05. There we go. Can I not just change the position yet? Yeah, 0, 0. Okay, we are starting to learn how this shit works. Game over. Trying this out, see what all this stuff does. Let's do red. Center. Okay, I think that should be fine.
I'll center the alignment. And then with the rect tool selected, I'm gonna hold shift so it keeps its resolution. I'm gonna just expand it bigger and make it auto size on the inspector. Okay, and then I'm just gonna position it somewhere at the top. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing here. Like, I'm just trying to make some style, but making it look good is really the fun part for you. I'm more showing you how it's gonna
And we can
function.
change all of this later. Let's try and see if we can get it working first, and then like the last thing should be making stuff.
Same with this button. I'm just gonna make it a little
good.
bit bigger and position it here. And then I can expand this retry button, go to text, and put the text here as something like retry. And I'll auto size that as well. Okay, cool. So now we have this background, this retry button, and this game over text. So I can actually shift click these three, or just select all three of them, right click and go to create empty parent. And then we can just call this game over menu. So under the canvas, we have a game over menu, and under the game over menu, we have the three things we just made. And what's interesting, right, is if I click on our game over menu parent object, we can then disable it and re-enable it, and you'll see this is turning on and off.
Okay. So I already know that I'm gonna want some more stuff here. I wonder, should I start doing that already? Because when it's game over, I do want to show like high score and the total. And there are going to be more buttons, at least one more for like upgrades. And maybe one for like main menu. So let's see, this text we should rename into game over text. And let's rename this into retry button. Perfect. So we can duplicate this one. I'm not gonna get all these buttons to work right now. I'm just doing it for fun, basically. Not gonna lie. Let's select all these and move all of them down a bit. Something like here. Just we need some space to show the high score and the total. I think this should be fine. So the second one we can rename into... I guess this should be the upgrade button. And the last one later on should be main menu button. Then we can change this text to main menu. Maybe we should load the font a little bit. Let's do 18. Upgrade 18. Try 18. Okay, something like that. But those texts don't look the same size. But that might be an illusion. Because everything is the same. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. And then next part is to learn how to show like high score and stuff. But let's finish this part first.
Our game over menu.
Oh, right. So here in the UI canvas we have health, we have event system. Maybe we should do something like, oh yeah, just let's see here, health hearts and score text. That should be set as one empty parent that we call in-game UI. Which is when we actually die, we want to turn off this UI so that that disappears. Which we should be able to figure out by ourselves, I think. And let's then do the same with, we have menu background with try button, game over text, basically all of these should have an, how did we do this? Create empty. No. Create empty parent. That's what we want to do. Create empty parent. And here we do game over UI. So then at last we will also have one which is like, I guess, main menu UI. Okay. Now we can choose. We can turn off the game over UI, and then we can turn off the in-game UI and only show the game over UI. Okay, this makes sense. So you know what? Not gonna lie, I feel like we can probably could we not just like duplicate this entire thing? And then we change this to main menu UI. Oh, for this. Main menu UI. So we can keep the menu background. You know, I feel like we should probably remove the player when we do this as well. I mean, that doesn't really matter. We can keep it for now. So the retry button should now be like start button, play. Let's do start. And change this to start. Then we have the upgrade button, which should actually be the same. And then the last one here should be like quit game. Do I even need the quit game button? Because if I'm able to upload this to that website, itch or whatever it's called later on, I think there's no real point in actually quitting the game, because it's in the browser, you know. I don't even know what would happen if you quit the game. So I think for now we can probably skip this. Let's... Yeah, I think we can remove that button for now at least. Just this one. Okay, so now we have a problem here. In reality we won't be able to see that, just that's the thing with the main menu, so that's going to disappear. What we should do is probably change the game over text, and I guess this could actually be the text, as in like the name of the game, which I don't really know yet. What should we call this game? Let's just do name of the game for now. Game title. Okay. So now when you start up the game, we're gonna be able to show the main menu. Oh wait, I should have... This was stupid. I didn't need to actually make the main menu now, because we need to add more stuff to the game over title. So you know what? Sorry. We're gonna remove that for now, because we have more stuff we want to duplicate. We want the high score and the total quote to be visible. But I don't know how to make the high score yet. We have another video that we are going to watch to learn that. But for now, let's keep it like this.
Which is what we want to do when that event gets fired, right? And so I'm actually going to make a new script in this assets folder. I'm going to right click, go to
Like, do you have to see all this all the time? It's kind of annoying to look at. Is there a way I can turn off toggle audio? On or off? Wait, is my audio off? Oh, for this. But we do have audio. Okay, that's weird. Okay, let's not care about this now. We want to turn off the game over UI. Because now if we play, that's gonna disappear, right?
For this.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, right, because that's not actually turning it off. If I want to turn it off, I have to do it from here, right? Makes sense. So the game over UI, that's how we do it. Makes sense.
Create, see, event gets fired, right? And so I'm actually going to make a new script in this assets folder. I'm going to right click, go to create, C# script, and I'll call this something, I don't know, like UI manager, something like that.
Okay. So I actually do have a script folder, so let's create C# script and let's name it, let's do the same, UI manager. Then let's open that one.
And let's attach that to our canvas. So
Okay. Let's attach that to our UI canvas. And that now, this should now have the UI manager script. Perfect.
So click and drag it onto our canvas and open it up. You can get rid of start and update. And in this UI manager, the only thing I really want to demonstrate is how to enable that game over menu object we just set up in our UI, right? On our canvas. So I'll actually make a direct reference to that. I'll say public game object, and I'll call this game over menu. I'm gonna make a new function. And again, because our event is an action, it has to have a void return type and not take arguments. So I'm gonna say public void enable game over menu. And in here, all we wanna do is say game over menu dot set active to true. So we have a way to turn our game over menu on. By default in our scene, our game over menu is going to be set.
Oh yeah, he's actually calling it game over menu, whereas I'm calling it game over UI, don't I? That might be an issue. Yeah, game over UI. But that shouldn't matter, we can just change the scripting for that, right? Game object. UI manager game over menu. So instead I do game over UI and then enable game over UI, and which will do the game over UI set active.
To disabled, right? Because we don't want it to show when you start the scene. You want it to already be disabled, and you could also do this through script somewhere else. But for my case, I'm just gonna have it, you know, disabled. So
which we do, right? We have it disabled. Yes.
we want to subscribe to this event. We have this on player death
Yeah, on player death.
And so we know it's a static event on our player health class. And in Unity conventions, we always subscribe and unsubscribe for events in our onEnable and onDisable methods. So I can simply say void onEnable and say player health dot on player death. That's our event. And then plus equals enable game over menu. And then additionally, we can say void on disable.
And mine's actually just called
health on player death minus equals, so we're unsubscribing.
Wait, slow down. On player death plus equals to enable game over UI. Void on enable. And then we have to have a private void on disable. Which is not player health, it's health dot on player death is what we named it, right? Yeah. On player death minus equals enable game over UI.
Enable game over menu, and this is just what you have to do for events to safely, get things subscribed to the event. Okay, so when we call on player death invoke,
which we do down here, right? On player death invoke, yes.
We will actually call our enable game over menu, and not just our enable game over menu, anything we want to subscribe to this event in the exact same way. But let's test this. Let's see if our menu actually is working. First, I'll make sure that our game over menu is inserted into our UI manager variable. And then check this out. We are getting damaged, and we're dead. But now we have our...
Okay, let's see if that works. Going back into Unity. Okay, so I think through this tutorial I will actually be able to figure out how to do the main menu as well. Because we should probably just do that like on start. And then we do show that one and we hide the game. We'll see. Okay. So, game over UI is disabled. Let's try and play this.
For this.
Okay, something is not working. The variable game over UI of UI manager has not been assigned. Public game object game over UI. Oh, wait. That game over UI. So we have to take the game over UI and pull it into here. Let's see if that makes a difference.
For this.
Okay, it does work. Only problem now, of course, is that we can keep on playing.
Our game over menu showing up, and I can even click on this retry, but you notice I can actually move around still, which is probably not...
Oh wait, can we press on the retry button?
For this.
Okay, yeah, we can press them, but nothing happens. I see.
Not what you want, especially if you're like in a dead animation or something like that, right? So I'll show you how you can just also subscribe another component to this. On my player game object, I have like a rigid body, a circle collider, an animator, but really what I care about is this player controller script. And I'm moving with a rigid body. And so right now...
Okay, let's double check that. on the layer, I have my player movement script. I actually don't have a rigid body there, but I still have a rigid body down here. So I guess if simulated, I'm guessing that we're going to turn that off somehow.
My rigid body is set to dynamic, but if it was set to static, right, and I run the game, then I can't really move anymore. So
okay. Let's try that to make sure it works the same. We put this to static. I can still move, I just can't jump. It's because I don't use the... Yeah, I only use the rigid body for the jump. So that's actually not going to work. What I could do is probably turn the speed to 0. But then I'm still gonna be able to... Wait, if we put this on dynamic again, can I still jump, just that I can't move? Yeah. So we might have to do both. We might have to set the player speed to 0 as well as turn the body type into static. Because if we do that, then we won't be able to move. Another question I'm wondering, can I not just fucking delete the player? I actually turn the player off. That might even be better, just that then we can also turn the spawner off. Because if we turn those two things off, then the game completely stops, and that's what we want. As well as turning the game, let's see, the in-game UI off. And then the only thing that's gonna be active is the game over scene. I think that's actually a better way to do it. So you literally turn everything off. We don't really need to lock the player. We should just disable him. I don't know, maybe it looks more fun if you can still see the player. It doesn't really matter. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Ah, fuck it. Maybe we should make it so that you can still see the player, but we should, however, turn off the spawner, because otherwise it's gonna keep spawning items, which is a problem. I wonder if you disable something. If we disable the spawner, can you still find the script? You should be able to, because we are going to need that to make the high score work.
if I wanted to stop my player from moving, there's a lot of ways I could go about this, and it's really specific to the game you're making. But in my case, what I want to do is I'm going to make a new method. So I'll say private void.
What's this, on the player?
Disable player movement.
Okay, let's do it. Just because it's gonna look better. Holy shit, my player movement is starting to have quite a lot of things here. And we are going to make this even longer too, because we are gonna add a dash ability. So basically, here we want to, let's see, this is to disable the player movement on game over and the main menu and game over scenes. Oh wait, am I putting this on the wrong place? No. No, it should be fine. Private void calling that disable player movement. Why is this private? Does this not need to be public?
And again, it's going to be void with no arguments because that's an action. And in here, what I can say is animator.enabled equals false. How I'm going to handle disabling my player movement is by turning
we don't have an animator, so that should be fine.
my rigid body to static. So I can say rigid body dot body type is equal to rigid body type 2D dot static. So this will basically disable my animator and then turn my rigid body into static, so I'm not going to be able to move, and it's not going to animate when I do my inputs. But we also would like this every time we start the game to, you know, turn these back on and make sure.
I'm not sure this is going to work because RB body type, is that something he set somewhere else? I have this, the rigid body 2D, which is rigid body 2D. I wonder if I should just say rigid body 2D instead. And right, this is only to make my... This is only to make me not jump. Oh shit, right, that's true, because... Then we have this fixed update. This is what actually makes a player move. Can we not just like lock the transform instead? Shit. Or maybe we even could... What if we disable the player movement script? Is that not the best way to do it? We just disable the script. I feel like that's a way better option. Okay, can I script this myself? Let's see. We have the UI manager. On player def invoke, which is what that's what I mean. Like here, when he dies, can you not? Now we should probably do it from the UI manager instead. That's probably better. So private void on enable game over UI. So what if we here, like from here, we disable player movement, or actually not even just that. No, yes, that is true. The player movement script and then we also want to disable. I mean, we should do the same thing here and disable the following object script, but we might as well disable the whole spawner. Which, how would we do that? Here we did health on player def. I'm guessing we should keep on doing more of these. On player def. Yes, plus equals here too. Enable game over UI. And here's the thing, we named the game over UI here. So I'm guessing we have to do a public game object that we call player movement script. And then we also do yet another one, which we call public game object, which will be the spawner. And then on enable we do... Wait, why does he... Oh yeah, he disables that from the player thing, but I don't think we need to do that. We can do everything from the UI manager. So here, we can then disable, undisable. No, I want to disable player movement script. Oh, that didn't turn into a color. I don't like that. Why not? He called this on enable. Well, if I put this to enable, is it gonna turn into a color? No, it doesn't. On enable. Disable play movement script, and then I would also like to health.onPlayer death plus b equals disable I'm not sure this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Disable spawner. Disable spawner. Did I change something here? Yeah, we started doing this. I don't think we need to do this. Yeah, I think we have a different way of doing this. Name this response does not exist. Name disable play movement script does not exist in the current context. But is that not just because we haven't set them yet? Because here in the UI manager, game overview. Oh, wait. Public game objects. Why can't I change these? Am I misunderstanding something here? Probably. Disable play movement script does not exist in the current context.
So we can just copy paste this method and do the exact same thing, except we'll call this enable player movement, and I'll set the rigid body type 2D to dynamic. And then we'll actually call enable player movement. I can call it in start. Okay, so we're always going to be enabling our movement on start. And then again, we want to have on enable and on disable to subscribe to that event. So I could say void on enable, say player health dot on player death plus equals disable player movement. Then void on disable player health dot on player death minus equals disable player movement.
Oh. Okay, if we change this to minus equals enable, private void on disable, because here it removes it, and then there we could probably put it back on. Let's try this just to see what happens. Minus equals enable spawner. Does this make any difference? No. The name enable play movement script does not exist. Enable spawner does not exist. And we still can't choose them here. So this is still not working.
So pretty much any script you want. Let's say you had audio play when your player died and you had an audio manager, you could subscribe in an audio manager like this. If you had, I don't know, some sort of a cheap...
Oh, wait, private void on enable. Maybe we need to do this through the actual scripts instead. We can't use the UI manager, because here we did put enable on enable. Private void on enable. Disable player movement. And what if we down here then? We do the same thing he did, but instead the disable player movement is going to be to turn the script on and off. And then we do something similar in the spawner script. Turn off the whole spawner. Okay, I think we are going to try that just to see what happens. So let's remove these for now. And instead we go into the player.
And so right now my player is inserted into our menu. And not just our enable game over menu, anything we want to subscribe game over. This is just what you have to do for events to safely, get things subscribed to the event. Okay, so when we call on player death invoke, we will actually call our enable game over menu. And not just our enable game over menu, anything we want to subscribe to this event in the exact same way. But let's test this. Let's see if our menu actually is working.
Okay, so then we can use the health dot on player death. And when that happens, we disable the player movement script. So basically the same thing, but I think we're going to try and do it through the player movement instead. And then also do something similar on the falling object script, or the spawner rather, this one. We do something similar.
First, I'll make sure that our game over menu is inserted into our UI manager variable. And then check this out. We are getting damaged, and we're dead. But now we have our game over menu showing up. And I can even click on this retry. But you notice I can actually move around still, which is probably not what you want, especially if you're like in a dead animation or something like that, right? So I'll show you how you can just also subscribe another component to this. On my player game object, I have like a rigid body, a circle collider, an animator, but really what I care about is this player controller script. And I'm moving with a rigid body. And so
yeah, he changes the rigid body. We want to turn off the script.
So right now my rigid body is set to dynamic.
So does that not mean that we can name another thing here? Be like private Can you just say script? No. Private. Is that considered a game object? Or maybe component? Because basically I wanted to turn off its own script. So in practice, I want it to automatically turn this off and on. Because if we turn this off, we can't move the player. Yeah, we are stuck. So, oh yeah, this is not a game object because this, the player, is the game object. The question is, how do you turn off a script? Get component. Yeah, sprite renderer. In our case, that component is player movement. Okay, we might not need this actually. So what if we then do something like, how did we do this again? Health dot on player death, and then here somehow we like get component. Okay, I'm not actually scripting this now, I'm just thinking out loud basically. And then we get the player movement, and somehow blah 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 we like disable that. I think that might actually work. If I just figure out how to actually do it.
Right, and I run there's a lot of ways I could go, and I can't really move anymore. So if I wanted to stop my player from moving, there's a lot of ways I could go about this, and it's really specific to the game you're making. But in my case, what I want to do is I'm going to make a new method. So I'll say private void disable player movement.
Okay, so private void, we can call it the same here, disable player movement.
And again, it's going to be void with no arguments because that's an action. And in here, what I can say is animator.enabled equals false. How I'm going to handle disabling my player movement is by turning my rigid body to static. So I can say rigid body.body type is equal to rigid body type 2D.
So here, can I do... Yeah, the whole class player movement. So I will basically disable this entire class. Player movement dot enabled equals false. I think that should work.
Static. So this will basically disable my animator and then turn my rigid body into static, so I'm not going to be able to move and it's not going to animate when I do my inputs. But we also would like this every time we start the game to, turn these back on and make sure that they're on. So we can just copy paste this method and do the exact same thing, except we'll call this enable player move, and I'll set the rigid body type 2D to dynamic. And then we'll actually call enable player movement. I can call it in start.
Okay, so in start, whenever we start the game, we enable player movement, which will then turn the player movement script enabled. So then through the def we are going to disable player movement.
Okay. So we're always going to be enabling our movement on start, and then again we want to have on enable and on disable to subscribe to that event. So I could say void on enable, say player health dot on player death plus equals disable player movement. Then
make this thing stop moving when dead. Because then he's using the on enable, which is this one. But this is private. I don't know how this works. Oh yeah, on enable, which is then we're gonna choose this. Okay, makes sense. So once again, we can make this to a private void on enable, then player health dot on player death plus equals, so on player death we are going to disable player movement, which will turn the script to disabled.
Void on disable player health dot on player death minus equals disable player movement.
What? Disable, okay. I think that this part has to do with the retry button later on, I'm assuming. Private void on disable player health dot on player death minus equal disable player movement. Yeah.
So pretty much any script you want. Let's say you had audio play when your player died and you had an audio manager, you could subscribe in an audio manager like this. If you had, I don't know, some sort of achievement system or some sort of tracking on how many times you've died on your level, you know, you could have that system subscribe to this. There's so many things that probably are going to be interested in this on player death, and you're just going to do this in any of the components you have, right? And with that in place, when I now attack, I can no longer, you know,
Okay, let's see if this works. For this, player health does not exist in the current context. Why not? An object reference is spread for non-state field method behavior enabled. Player health does not exist in the current context, and you are talking about the player movement script. So on player death does not exist. What did we first name that? We named that here, right? Yeah, public static event action on player death. We should be able to find this one. And on the UI manager, we... Oh wait, did I do player health? Yeah, that's the problem. My script is actually only called health. Let's see if this works. Okay, some of them were removed. An object reference is required. $90.85. 85 player movement. 90 player movement enabled true. I wonder if it's... But this is the same class, right? Yeah, player movement. This is this whole script. Well, technically it's this class. Maybe that's the issue. I need to actually find this part of the script on the player.
pressing W player death, and you're just gonna.
How did he type this? On enable, that's not the problem now. The problem is the play movement enable. Oh yeah, and he didn't do that, because he did this another way. He did animated.enabled equals true. But just what I do instead is that I name this script then private yeah, just here he has the public rigid body RB and the animator, and that's how he can do it. What if I do? I somehow need to find this script for me to turn it off. Because this is a class, which is not the correct thing. I think I need to like... do something like this instead. Player movement script. Let's see, that's what we are going to call it. So then the thing we want to call is player movement. And then here we can do player movement script. I'm not sure this is gonna work. Player movement script. Wait, did it actually work? Let's see, one thing that is very important is that the game over UI needs to start off like this.
For this.
But it does not work, I can still move. Null reference exception, object not set to an object. Oh, no, I know how to do this. Player movement. Okay, I know how to do this. We need to make our own script here somehow. So let's do something like serialize field private VOD. I need a script. Is that a natural thing? No. Fuck, how do we do this? Let's ChatGPT. Making a game in Unity, and I have a game object called player with a script component, I guess, called player movement. How can I... Is it possible to disable and enable the script on the player movement script on the game object through play movement script itself. Yeah, okay, get component. That was what we were missing. Note that you need to call these lines of code from within the play movement script itself as get component. Same game object the script is attached to. And that is called play movement, right? Yeah. So then instead of doing this, we should be able to get component on the same object, and the thing is called player movement dot enabled false. And then we paste the exact same thing here. Did I change something up here? Yeah. Don't need this then. Okay, no errors. This might be working. It works. I can't move. Turn the script off. Perfect. And now we just do the same thing for the spawner here. We need to basically... I mean, we can just copy all of this, right? Mail this thing. Make this thing. So make this thing stop when dead. Then the private void on enable health on player death plus equals disable player. Oh right, do we have to name those as well? Yeah. At least on the private void start, we have to make sure that it's always set. So on the private void start, we need to enable spawner. Enable spawner. Play movement, enable spawner, and then down here just do health on player death, disable spawner, same thing here, disable spawner, private void, disable. Everything needs to change. Spawner, get component. Oh right, wait, we have to. And we can do the same thing here. We can just turn off the script, which is the script itself, falling object spawner. So if we change this get component to falling object spawner, the same thing here, falling object spawner, and we turn that to true. Oh, wait. Wait, did that actually... We should be able to tell here if it disables the following object spawner. And it does. So I think the problem now is that we have yet another script that keeps going, which is the falling object script. So, on this one, we have to make a void start where we do basically the same thing. Enable falling objects. And then at the end, this one. So here we made this thing stop when dead, private void on enable, blah blah blah. We call this disable falling object. That is what I named it, right? Enable falling objects. So disable falling objects. Likewise, disable falling objects. Disable falling objects. And last but not least, we need enable falling objects. And then the script needs to change, because now this script is called only falling objects. Okay, let's try one more time. Why do they keep spawning? Now, I don't understand how the sound can be made. Guy from Goofy, thank you for the follow. Let's see here. Falling object. Okay, it doesn't actually turn that script off. Falling object script. The script is called falling object and it's attached to this component. Enable falling object. This is odd. This one seemed to work. Is there any difference here? We have this one and falling objects. Private void on enable. Health on player death. Disable spawner. Disable falling objects. Private void on disable. Health on player death. Minus equals disable falling objects. Private void. Disable falling objects. Should be right. Get component falling object, which is the script itself. Dot enabled equals. So this seems right to me. Why doesn't it work? Because here's the thing, like we can actually see if we go to, for example, if we go to player movement and we die, we can see that the player movement script gets turned off. Boom. They turn it off. We can also see on the spawner. Boom. It turns off the script. The only thing I don't understand is that why can we still hear the sounds and stuff like that? Because the sounds are they not from here? Oh no, maybe they're not. Oh right, we put the audio source here. But the actual falling object is what creates the sound. So yeah, the problem is that for some reason we are not turning off this script. Void start, enable falling object. That should be right. Enable spawner. Enable falling object, which is this one. Get component. And this script is called falling object, yes. Let's double check by going to the prefab. Falling object script. Because we can try, if we turn off this script entirely.
Folders.
Okay, that didn't actually change anything. This is also weird, because the thing that are spawning them is this script. And we do disable this script, but that doesn't actually seem to make a difference. Because they keep spawning. Excuse me? That script is on, but we turn off the script for the falling object spawner. But when we actually play... Okay, we have to do some testing here. It is turned off, but it keeps spawning them. What if we should also just disable the whole spawn and like the actual game object? That would also make it work. Let's try doing it that way instead. Because technically we don't need to do anything with the falling objects, because like if they don't get spawned, it doesn't matter anyway. So let's actually remove everything here that has to do with the falling object. We don't need this stuff. We just need to fully disable the falling object spawner, which is similar to what we did here, where we took the game object, public game object, game over UI, which is this one, and we enable and disable that. So if we basically copy this part, let's go to the falling object spawner, and instead am I thinking this correctly here? Yeah, because then we just add a private void start where we enable the spawner. Okay, I think this should work. So basically, we change this stuff out and we name the public object, which will be, let's call this, oh no wait, we actually had to call this correctly, which is spawner. And then private void on enable, so when we health on player death. So this has to do with the health, right? On player death, yeah. So this is one of those events that we somehow call. So also let me just on some music. Okay, so through this one, if we enable the game object instead, similar to what we did here with... Oh, but wait, this should be the other way around, right? Yeah, because this is an object that on enable we disable. So yeah, on enable, I think we have to switch this around. So on enable, because here when we die we open the game over UI, but now when we die we want to close the spawner script or the spawner game object. We want to remove that, which should probably be the other way around. So that should be minus, this should be plus. Enable game over UI. So this should just be enable spawner, which will be the object that we mentioned here called spawner set active. And that should be true because it should be set active. And then that should be minus, that should, okay. So then this needs to change to enable spawner and enable spawner. And on the void start, so every time we start, we made sure to always enable the spawner, setting it to true. Come on now. So now when we play, it should start spawning them. Nope. The variable of... Oh wait, did I forget one of these silly things? Audio source... Spawner, yeah. Okay, so we just take the spawner and move it here. Okay, now it starts. Everything is working as it should. Let's lose some health. Game over. Fuck! But it should, everything should be the opposite to the game over UI, right? Because this one is turned on when we die, whereas the spawner should be turned off, because if we turn off the spawner, no objects are dropping. And we did put the spawner in here. We have our thing called enable spawner, which means that it's... Can you do like set this active? What if we literally turn everything the other way around? Because one thing that's different here is that this one is set to be on from the beginning. Why if we do that? Why if this one is set to off from the... No, but wait, we try that. So that's weird, the script doesn't work, because then when we play, that should be the on start, which should actually set this to active. And then when it dies, it should turn that off. And not spawn anymore. Like, if we just get this to actually turn off, then everything should be working like we want it to. Oh wait, what's this? Falling objects. What? Oh, that's because I turned off the... Wait, what do you mean? I messed something up with the falling object script. We haven't changed anything here, have we? 29. 29. Find object of types falling. Oh yeah, okay, so that's the reason, because when we turn it off, it can't find the falling object spawner. Dropping in to say hi really quick before going back to work. What's up, Mario? Nice to see you, dude. How's the game coming along? It's going pretty good, actually. We have made quite a lot of effort. We have a working health bar. And we have a game over scene. So the only issue we're having right now is I've been able to turn off the play movement so that when we die, you can't actually move the character anymore. Yeah, I also got jumping to work. And here we die. The problem is that it keeps spawning them. So that's what we need to fix right now. We need to somehow make this one become disabled. Which I feel like we should. It should be, just we set the spawner here. Because before we tried turning off the falling object spawner script. But that didn't seem to work for some reason. Because they still kept on being spawned. But here when I do it, it actually does work. Did I mess something up when we did the... That's great, thank you, dude. Because we could use the same thing as we do here. And we try to turn off the script instead. Because right now what we're doing is that we're trying to enable and disable the actual thingy. So first it should always be set to true or set active and on enable. You know, I just want to see what happens. What if we do plus here and minus here like it was on the other one? Let's just see what happens. But I think it's gonna be... Is this not gonna be weird? Isn't it going to like... Keep going. What's up, João? How you doing? Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah. So it keeps going. Because now I think it's set in the same way as the game over thingy, so that... Now the problem is that I don't think I can die. Oh yeah, wait, we can force our character to die. So if we go into the player and we find the health script and we set our parts to 0. It didn't turn on, so yeah, something is... I've messed up something here. Wow. Yeah, we did get quite a bit of progress today, not gonna lie. So far so good. I just wanna get this little thing to work. To make it stop spawning objects. Health. Okay, should we try this thing again? Because the player movement is working. As it should. So, on player death, we want to disable. Let's do, yeah, spawner. And then private void on disable. We have to change all of this. Let's just copy spawner. And we disable spawner. Private void, disable spawner. Enable spawner. And then we have to make sure that in the beginning we do have the void start enable spawners, so you can't start the game without it actually working. And then the component we are supposed to get instead is falling object spawner. That is the script that we want to turn off. Falling object spawner. So now we named the onEnable, and onEnable is, yeah, when you die, then you invoke player death. So when the player death is enabled, we will disable spawner, and disable spawner means that we will set the falling object spawner script to false. And when it's disabled, we will set it to true. We'll do the opposite. And private void enable spawner means that it will be set to true as well, and that's what we use up here to always make it enable at first. Okay, let's save this and see what happens. Let's make sure that we put our focus on the spawners, so we can actually see, because this script is now supposed to turn off when we die. And it does. Here's the thing. Why do they keep spawning? Because if I manually set this to off, they don't spawn. I can even try this in real time. So before I die, if I turn this off, because right now they're dropping, and then we turn this to off. Okay, they actually do keep spawning. But the play movement worked. When we disable play movement, I can no longer walk. We could also see if we instead change both of these to infinite. That is another way to do it. Sprite render. Even if we delete the sprite, it's still going to spawn them, right? Yeah. This is so weird. Yeah, just the player script works as it should. I can no longer move. But for some reason the spawner keeps throwing them out. I feel like it would be... What if we mix them up? What if we use... the same sort of like coding here, but instead we do public game object, game over UI. So when we disable the spawner, okay, first we need to name it. New problems every day, dude. So public game object. Then we call this spawner. Then yeah, spawner. So if we do this the other way around, on the enable spawner, we make it oh wait, this should be the same then. Because that's when we want to, yeah, because then we want it to be enabled, which is game over UI. This should be changed to spawner, which is this one, the game object. Spawner is set active. So we know that whenever we start, we will always set it active. And then the disabled spawner, this one, is instead going to be, instead of getting the component, we do the same thing. We take this one, we take the spawner and we set it to false. And then when we die, we will disable spawner, meaning setting this to false. So, okay, I think this might work. Come on now. Please work. I was hoping it would be nice if we can fix the high score today. Just as soon as we have the high score, this is like an actual playable game where you have some purpose, you know. Let's see, now it's... Oh wait, I think this is an easy fix. Yeah, spawner, I just had to drag this one here. Okay, everything is working.
For this.
Okay, it works. Only problem now is that the sound immediately stops. Since we actually have the sound on this object. So maybe we should make like a speaker object and see if we can basically move the script, everything that has to do with the audio source, we move to a speaker instead. But now it's actually sort of working.
For this.
Yeah. We just need to move the speaker to a different object. Not so bad indeed. It's gonna look a lot smoother if we fix this. So what I think we can do is that we can probably duplicate the spawner, make an exact same object. This should be pretty easy. We move that up a bit and we change the name of this one to speaker. And now we we actually have to make a new script that we are going to call speaker. And to this one, we set instead do the speaker script. And then we can... Now, the only difficult thing is that we have to make sure that we get from the following object spawner, we have to move everything that has to do with sound to the speaker script instead. So I think the easiest thing is probably to copy this entire script. And then we just remove, so for example, make this thing stop when dead. We don't need that, because we always want the speaker to be active. And then we have to change the following object, because you now using find object of type following object spawner, which is that script audio source, and then it plays the sound through that. Following object spawner. Oh, did we turn off the... I don't think that's an issue. Just here we also have the stuff for the score. Meaning that when we turn this off we can't raise the score, but that's good. We only want to be able to find the score, which we should still be able to do. What's up, Jana? How you doing? Have snow in Sweden like right now? We do. We do indeed. It was getting... the weather was getting better for quite a bit. Like I started getting a bit of like spring feeling, you know? But then, you know, it just went no and went right back into mid fucking winter. How's the weather in Portugal? It's really rare here. Yeah, it's like Serra da Estrela. Yeah, exactly, just in... yeah. Okay, so we're trying to create a speaker. I really don't want to mess this up. 23. Holy shit, that's summer, man. Okay, public game object falling object prefab. We don't need that, because that is what we're using to spawn the thingy. So we don't need the falling object prefab. Min-match spawn interval we don't need, because that also has to do with spawning. Let's also make sure that we rename this immediately to speaker. Let's just see one thing. If I save this, this doesn't change, right? No, good. Public float score. I don't think we need this either. Spring started some days ago. Yeah, I just meant that for me 23 degrees is like summer weather, you know. Public text score text, we don't need this either. Public audio source, this we do need. Current spawn interval, we can remove that. On start, enable spawner, we can remove. But audio source get component, that's the only one we need here. Maybe we should make this a more general item that we can use for more stuff later on. So let's do like game manager. Can't spell. We just have to remember to rename the script. Because I think there might be other stuff like... I'm not sure. Oh wait, we only need the fucking audio source. You know, never mind, let's call this a speaker. Because all of this has to do with spawning objects. This has to do with spawning objects. We basically only need the audio component. And then for the falling object, instead of finding that through the falling object spawner, we go to the speaker. This has to be on the falling object spawner, because this has to do with the scoring. Whereas this, playing the sound, should be through the speaker. Let's see what happens. That some days ago, but here the weather changes very fast. 7 o'clock starts the cold. Ah, I see. Speaker. What the fuck are you on about? Oh, we still have this one. Remove component. Does this still have to do with the speaker? Yeah. Okay, let's do... Oh, I haven't saved either. That's the reason. Boom. Did I save all of them? Yeah. Okay, no errors. That's good. This one has the falling object spawner, and this one has the speaker. I think, do we need to set an audio source? I don't think we do actually, because we never did on this one. Let's see what happens.
For this.
Okay. That's a lot better. I don't want the last one. We have one small issue left, otherwise it's completely perfect. The only thing I would like to turn off is the fact that this one and this one also get the sound effect. You can still take after you die. I think you can actually. But no, probably not, because the number... They really update. Oh yeah, you might actually do that. I think if you're lucky enough and one spawns above you after you die, you might actually get that one as well. Spawner. So this one... No, I mean this one only has the audio source. And on the falling object, here we play the miss sound. You can still jump on object, or you fixed it? No, I fixed it. The jumping works now, so you can't fly anymore. Yeah, what if maybe we should turn off the falling object script? No, we should disable both. What happens if we also...
For this.
Let me double check this.
For this.
The store didn't update, right? Oh fuck, I'm not gonna be able to redo it. But yeah, it seems like you can take them after you die. Oh, you know what we can do?
For this.
When we die, we can go into this prefab. What happens if we turn off the box collider? Will they just fall through then? mean, that works, to be honest. We just let them fall out of the map. Because then you can't take them either. The only thing is that the objects are never actually gonna get destroyed. They are literally gonna keep falling forever. But this will lag. I mean, there is a shot, but that's only if you play an enormous amount of times. Because this is only going to happen for like the two that actually fall after you die. Because when you play, this is gonna be turned on. Meaning that they are going to still get destroyed. But for those, the two that fall after we die, we should just make them fall through. Or why if we, otherwise we set the rigid body to static, meaning that they will pause in the air. That should work too. Because now, as you can see, it spawns them, but they don't actually fall. So then, when the player stops, they would just stop in the air. That's another way to do it. To make sure that you can't catch them or hear any sounds after you die. I think that might be a good idea. Okay, we will look into that. Give me just one moment. Just half a minute. Okay, might have another idea. Oh, wait, we might have a different problem. I wonder when you restart, does the spawner stop the count? Because right now, as you might know, we actually count the objects spawned. And all the way up to 1000, it's gonna keep getting faster and faster. Start routine spawn falling objects. But it does say here that object spawn equals 0. But that will then be added to, right? Current spawn interval. Because this needs to be reset every time you restart the game. Go equals 0. current spawn interval. I wonder if you can do something here, like... Oh no, it's fine, because on start, when we start the game, the current spawn interval will always be the max spawn interval. Right. And then you start using all of this. You take the current spawn interval, and that will be, yeah, depending on how many objects have spawned. Yeah, I think that's actually fine. I don't think we have to change anything. I think I'm not gonna care about this problem right now with the sound. This is a very small detail we can fix. Wait, what's going on? Oh, right. We turned off this one. I rather fix the high score and restart button so the game is actually playable, and then we can fix smaller stuff. Also, I realize it's so much more fun to actually play it when you can jump, and it actually makes the game more interesting because you have more of a tactic. Since you can catch them like mid-air, you have more time to go and get the next one. Fuck. For this indeed. Okay, I think everything is working relatively good right now. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Father. Let's see. I think we can continue with the tutorial actually.
Start. Okay, so we're always gonna.
Have we disabled everything? No, there's actually one more thing I want to disable when you die. I want the in-game UI to turn off, because right now you can still see the health and the score when you die. So we should turn that off as well. And we turn that off by... Let's see, how do we turn it off? By the same way we turn off the spawner. Yeah, just that one is disabled when we die. So we should be able to use the spawner script to change the script of the UI manager. So this is to turn off in-game UI when you die. And this is to turn on game over UI when you die. SDS Mark, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, sorry for that shit. Thank you for that follow, dude. Okay, so that's to turn it on, this is to turn the in-game UI off. This should be pretty simple. So all we're gonna need to do is to take the game object that we call, what do we call it? We call it in-game UI. So the game object called in-game UI Wait, can you have multiple private void on enable? Or is this gonna mess up? Maybe we should add it. We should add everything in the same one here. But that's, I'd rather do it this way because it's easier to keep track of what the code is actually doing. Because otherwise we should just turn this the other way around, I assume. And do the same shit here, but we just do minus equals. And then like enable in-game UI. But I think I'd rather do it this way. Turn off in-game UI when you die. So we take the in-game UI. So this is the same as the spawner. So in-game UI. In-game UI. Let's just change. I think that should be everything we need to do. Disable in-game UI. Disable in-game UI. Only thing is on this one we have the void start enable spawner. Turn on off in-game UI. So I wonder if we have to also make, you know, a void start which will enable in-game UI. I think we might need one of those. Okay, let's see what happens. The UI manager already defines member called onEnable with the same parameter types. 38, 33. So 338. So this is what I mean. I think this is because we have the same one as we have here. So if we do private on enable in-game UI. And then we do on disable in-game UI. This doesn't work, does it? I think I'm doing something weird now. No, I think this should be fine. This is just a naming thing, right? It doesn't actually matter what I put there. I might be incorrect. Let's see. No, I think that's fine. So let's see if it turns off now when we die. Oh, we forgot one thing. If we go to the UI here, we have the UI manager, in-game UI, we have to set this one. We should save.
Folders.
Okay, that did not work. I can still see the in-game UI. But the spawner did turn off. Did I mess something up? Game object, in-game UI. In-game UI. That should be correct. Game object spawner, yeah. Game object in-game UI. Then when we enable, we disable in-game UI, which means We take the in-game UI game object and we set active false. That's weird, this looks correct to me. Spawning object spawner unity engine.ui. I think we might need this one, I'm not sure. Let's add it just in case.
For this.
Nope. We want to disable this. Voltei agora, bem-vindo. I'm trying to get this to be disabled when we die. Just like we did with this one. Also, we can actually remove the audio stuff here now. Since we have a speaker instead. Corner, this one, remove. Let's just make sure the sound still works.
For this.
Okay. How do we turn off the in-game UI? What did I do incorrect here? Because that is a game object, right? Yeah, public game object. We use the same thing here for the game over UI. Because we don't have a script to turn off to make that work. We have to actually turn off the object itself, just like we did with the spawner. Spawner in-game UI. On enable, we just changed the name of that. Table. Game UI. The fact that this isn't capitalized shouldn't matter as long as it's the same everywhere. in-game UI that is correct. Yeah, I really don't know what the issue is here. This shouldn't matter. We do set the public game object called in-game UI. And then health on player death. Disable in-game UI, which is to take the game object in-game UI, set active false. Should be correct.
For this.
Why don't you turn off? I want you to turn off. We have set the in-game UI here. Don't understand, we did the same script. It's the fucking same. Let's just make sure I didn't do it the opposite way. Reason.
For this.
Oh. Wait, I think oh, no, right. I had the void start to turn this on. That's why it's always going to be turned on when you actually start the game.
For this.
But it doesn't get turned off. There's no difference between the game over UI and the in-game UI. I don't think I care enough. I might skip this for now. Public game objects on in-game use. But it's so weird, like I can't understand why this wouldn't work. It's the exact same script besides this part, but I don't think that actually matters. Or does it? What if we... No, that doesn't work. Does it have to be on enable? This one actually had a public void for the enable this thing. Okay, before I try putting them in the same place, what if we change these to public? If this doesn't work, I'm gonna try putting it in the same, like literally in the same script as the game over UI. But just do the opposite, disable and enable.
Folders.
Yeah, it still doesn't work. Okay, let's try doing everything. So turn off and on different UIs on death. So first of all, on start, we need to always make sure that we enable in-game UI. Now we did that part. Then we have to name the object in-game UI. Like that. And then on the private void on enable, we want to enable game over UI and disable in-game UI. On disable, we want to enable the game over UI but disable the in-game UI. And public void enable game over UI. Wait, what? Oh yeah. So when we enable that one, then we want to set this one to false. And then we just need the enable in-game UI so that we can make sure that we always start that at the start of the game. What if we do it like this? Disable in-game UI does not exist. Oh, I know the reason. Probably. Oh shit. What is it? 2026. 20. Disable in-game UI. Oh wait. I don't even need this. Because when it enables the game over UI, it automatically sets the in-game UI to false. We actually don't need these lines. We only need this one specifically for the start function. So it should actually work without those lines. Only one thing to do. Let's try and see what happens. It fucking worked. Okay, we still have the issue with the sound coming from the ones dropping down. Do I care enough to fix that right now, or should we just continue with the game over scene? Because we need to get the retry button to work. Because I don't really know. To make that work, yeah, what we can do is to turn the rigid body to static, and they would just stop in the air. Maybe we should do that, it should be quick. Not the first time I say that though. Because that is basically what he is doing here. On disable play movement, he takes the rigid body type 2D and puts it to static.
Static. But in my case, controller script, subscribe, move around still, which is probably not what you want, especially if you're like in a dead animation or something like that, right? So I'll show you how you can just also subscribe another component to this. On my player game object, you know, I have like a rigid body, a circle collider, an animator, but really...
So for this is a falling object, because... Let's just double check this. If we take the falling object, and yeah, we turn the rigid body to static. Just 3 hours exactly, dude. Yeah, if we turn that to static, then they will stop in the air. Gravity is no longer affecting them. So if we do the same thing that he's doing, but this should be fast. This should be fast, I'm telling you. Damn, don't make me eat my words. Just we should do the exact same thing, but for the falling object
is this player
instead.
Controller script, and I'm moving with a rigid body. And so right now my rigid body is set to dynamic, but if it was set to static, right, and I run the game, then I can't really move anymore. So if I wanted to stop my player from moving, there's a lot of ways I could go about this, and it's really specific to the game you're making. But in my case, what I want to do is I'm going to make a new method. So I'll say private void disable player movement.
Disable
void
falling object movement.
And in here, what I can say is animator dot enabled equals
We don't care
false.
about this.
How I'm going to handle disabling my player movement is by turning my rigid body to static. So
Yeah.
I can say rigid body dot body type is equal to.
But is that something he's already named? Does this actually work? RB dot body type equal. I'm not sure this is gonna work.
Rigid body type.
Can I see your full script?
I'm gonna dot void, and it's really specific.
Yeah, because he does public rigid body RB. So I think we have to name that one first. Public rigid body 2D RB. ChatGPT. We can use that, but I think I can get this to work.
To the game you're making, but in my
Yeah, we have actually pretty much. No, we used ChatGPT twice today, but I've been able to code quite a bit through Unis. By the way, are you playing as a bearer with a mustache and yellow shoes? I am indeed. I mean, it's like a caricature. I can't say that fucking word. Caricature of like very overly stereotypical, you know, Portuguese, like the mustache. So basically I just made the mustache big enough to be like pretty much the entire body. But yes, that is correct.
In my case, what I want to do is I'm going to make a new method. So I'll say private void, but in ways I could go about this, and it's really specific to the game you're making. But in my case, what I want to do is I'm going to make a new method. So I'll say private void disable player movement. And again, it's going to be void with no arguments because that's an action. And in here, what I can say is animator dot enabled equals false. How I'm going to handle disabling my player movement is by turning my rigid body to static. So I can say rigid body dot body type is equal to rigid body type 2D dot static. So this will basically disable my animator and then turn my rigid body into static, so I'm not going to be able to move, and it's not going to animate when I do my inputs. But we also would like this every time we start the game to, you know, turn these back on and make sure that they're on. So we can just copy paste this method and do the exact same thing, except we'll call this enable player movement, and I'll set the rigid body type 2D to dynamic. And then we'll actually call enable player movement. I can call it in start.
Set this to dynamic.
So we're always going to be
And I don't have a start, so let's do it here. Turn off falling objects gravity. Turn off or on falling objects gravity on death. Then we put it to dynamic. So here we need to make a private void start where we just enable falling object movement. Which means that we set it to dynamic. Oh wait, we have to do something else.
Enabling our movement on start.
Because we have to add
and then again, we want to have on enable and on disable to subscribe to that event. So I could say void on enable, say player health, dot on player death, plus equals disable player movement. Then void on disable.
I think we can do that here. Private void on enable, and ours is called health dot on player death plus equals disable falling object movement. And then we do a private void on disable where we health.onPlayerDeath minus equals disable following object movement.
Player health dot on player death minus equals disable player movement. So pretty much any script you want. Let's say you had audio play when your player died and you had an audio manager.
Let's try. Let's see, did I lie or not when I said this was going to be fast? Only one way to find out. Oh, following object variable has not been assigned. Rigid body. So can I just take this one and put it here? Yeah. Okay, now it should work. Hopefully. So what we want now is for the pastries to stop in the air when we die. Basically freeze. And they did. GG. Okay, that was not too bad. Sweet. Okay, this is going very good. We're making a lot of
like this.
progress today.
I don't know, some sort of achievement system or some sort of tracking on how many times you've died on your level. You know, you could have that system subscribe to this. There's so many things that probably are going to be interested in this on player death, and you're just going to do this in any of the components you have, right? And with that in place, when I now attack, I can no longer, you know, I'm pressing WASD. I don't know if you hear my keyboard, but I'm not.
Dude, yeah, interesting how far we took this. Basically, what he explained was just to make the player stop moving on the death scene, and from that we were able to also code so we disable the spawner as well as disable the player movement, disable the in-game UI and enable the game over UI, as well as stop the movement of the Bestellenatis. That's pretty insane. A lot of work to get the game over scene. But now I think it's pretty much like we just need to get the retry button to work and we should be fine. Because I think I'm happy with the... Yeah, this is fine. Sweet.
Animating or moving anymore. It says game over, so good. So that's it for our event. I'm not gonna show you anymore on how to do the event stuff, but how do we actually get this retry button to do something?
Yeah,
well,
that's what
in
we
our
want to know.
retry button, at the bottom we have this Unity event that comes with the Unity button, and we can add to this, and you'll see that we actually have this slot to put in a game object, and until we do, we can't access this function dropdown. Just for convenience, since I already have this UI manager script, I'm gonna make a method in here where we can reload our current level. So I can say public.
Where is this? In the UI manager?
Void restart level, right? And then we need to import our Unity engine.scene management import, right?
Oh yeah, this is just a name. Restart level.
And then we need to import our Unity engine.scene management library so that we can, you know, reload our scene. So I can at the top say using Unity engine.scene management. And now what I can say is
management
manager.
Didn't we use this one somewhere else? Maybe we didn't. Nope. Okay.
Load scene. And now we need to management. And now what I can say is scene manager dot load scene. And now we need to pass in like an integer for our scene build index. Alternatively, we could put in like the string of our level, like level 1 or sample scene, whatever it is. What I'd like to do is pass in the current level, right? So I could say scene manager.
But I only have one, so...
dot get active scene. So we're getting the active scene, the current scene that we're on right now. And I'll say dot build index. So we're going to pass in, the build index of this current scene, which is one of the parameters it takes. And additionally, if you could also make another method here called like go to main menu or something.
Yeah, we are going to do stuff like that as well, because if we take a look at this, we want to go to an upgrade menu and a main menu. But I don't think we're gonna do that now. I want to get because preferably I would like to get the high score working today as well. That would be pretty nice. So I think I'm going to skip those parts today.
Like that. And in...
Do we actually have those on the to-do list? Oh yeah, start scene. That is basically what I mean by main menu. Ooh. We actually fixed this stuff today, so that's done. And the game over scene is partly done at least. We just need to... We're doing the restart button, and then we're gonna need to do the main menu button. But we can't do that before we have the main menu either way. Same thing with the upgrade. So we're gonna save those for now. Bum 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 bum. Okay, what are we doing? Restart button.
Our load scene, you load the main menu index, which is probably 0, or maybe you have it called main menu, like a scene like that. I don't have a main menu, and I think you guys can kind of figure that out. I just showed you how to do it. If you go to File, Build Settings, this is where your build index is. So right now I only have this sample scene. It has index of 0, and it's called sample scene, so that would be the string example, and 0 would be the build index. But I could have a main menu scene I created and put in this build index, and then use that. Going back to this retry button, we just made that...
Yeah. I wonder, maybe you should have done a different scene for the game over one as well, but technically he didn't do that,
function,
so...
right?
Nah,
so I can actually click and drag our canvas into here, because that's where our UI manager lives. You'll see that this function dropdown now is enabled, so we can click on it, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff here that's attached to the canvas, all like the components, including our UI manager that we attached to it. And on this UI manager script, we have restart level because we made it public. We see it here. So we'll click that. We can now play the game, and you'll see I can now take damage from this scarecrow. It's game over. I can't move. If I select retry, well, it reloads the level. It's enabled, so we can click on it. I created our load scene. You load the main menu index, which is probably 0.
Yeah, but right now 0 for us should be this scene. So we can probably type this and it should work. Load scene 0. Because we don't have any other scenes.
Maybe you have it called main menu, like a...
Maybe we should... You know, just to save some time in the future. Yeah, we actually do, we call this the game scene. So, I think we can probably I guess we then can say the game scene here, and it should work.
Scene like that. I don't have a main menu, and I think you guys can kind of figure that out. I just showed you how to do it. If you go to File, Build Settings, this is where your build index is. So right now I only have this sample scene. It has index of 0, and it's called sample scene, so that would be the string example.
So we're going to make 2 new scenes then, I assume, that we can switch between, which will be the main menu scene and the upgrade scene.
And 0 would be the build index. But I could have a main menu scene I created and put in this build index and then use that. Going back to this retry button, we just made that function, right? So I can actually click and drag our canvas into here because that's where our UI.
Wait. What? Did I save this? Retry button. Yeah, hey.
Manager lives.
So I take the UI canvas. No?
You'll see that this function, click and drag our going back to this retry button, we just
Okay, going back to the retry button.
made that function, right?
On click, the list is
So
empty.
I can actually click and drag our canvas into
Okay, so we put the canvas
here
here.
because that's where our UI manager lives. You'll see that this function dropdown now is enabled, so we can click on it, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff here that's attached to the canvas, all like the components,
Restart level.
including our UI manager that we attached to it.
Okay.
And on this UI manager script, we have restart level.
Makes
because
sense.
we made it public. We see it here. So we'll click that. We can now play the game, and you'll see I can now take damage from this scarecrow. It's game over. I can't move. If I select retry, well, it reloads the level. And because we put, that enable player movement stuff in the start method, then I can move around again. So this is working perfectly. And I know there's still a lot of improvements that could be made here, but the key thing I really wanted to show in this tutorial is wherever you're doing this trigger for your on-player death, right, you can basically just have an event that is globally accessible and then have everything that cares about your player dying have a response to that event. And then it's nice and decoupled. You don't have to be passing in your game over objects, to your player objects and your game managers and stuff like that. It kind of gets messier that way. So this is a pretty clean way of going about it. And it's not that bad. It wasn't that much code. I had to make like a new script and stuff, but you probably already have something like this in your game. If not, once you have it up, like that overhead's done and you can just keep adding to it. It's a good way to go about it. Like the video if it helped you out. And there's one more thing I want to show you quick, is if you actually collide with my scarecrow again, well, then it tells you to subscribe. So click subscribe.
Okay. Okay, before we continue, let's make sure this actually works now. Oh wait, I need to turn off the game over UI. Have we saved everything? We have indeed. Let's turn off the game over UI. There we go. Okay, let's see if it works. Do we have a functioning button or not?
Folders.
Okay, and then we press retry. Hey!
Folders.
Okay, it's working. GG. Now, for the fun part. This is probably the most fun thing, because I feel like this is what actually adds some replayability to it. Nice indeed, thank you, dude. And this seems like it should be pretty quick, since we already have some code for this technically. So basically, let's see if we can make so that when we die, when we show the game over UI, I want it to also say like the high score that you have, as well as the total. He won't explain, I highly doubt, the total score, as in like the total amount of pastage that you have caught. But I feel like we should be able to figure that out.
I want to show you guys how you can set up a high score in Unity really, really quickly. You'll see on the top right.
By the way, did we like this video? Let's like that video. That was
I have this
helpful.
coin counter here, right? And on the top left, I have a high score. And I can go ahead and pick up a few of these coins. And right now they're both updating. But the interesting with the high score is I can stop playing, or I could even, close the game down entirely. And the next time I play the game, our high score still is displaying here as 29. And now it won't update until I get a counter that's higher than that, and it will update. Right, and you don't even need to have...
I also gotta say, I respect the fact that the template he's using to show this is like a binary Weissheit in Spider 1. I mean, obviously it's even Weissheit is the character. But then just a room size and everything.
Have the high score dynamically update like I just showed. You could only have it when like you restart the game or play again or something. Anyway, it's really, really quick to set up. So let's go through and show you. Okay, so this is my sandbox project that I use all the time in Unity. You do not have to copy this, I'm just showing you for some context. But on my coin class here, I have this event called onCoinCollected, right? So this gets fired when I walk into a coin, but everything relevant to our tutorial here is gonna be in this game manager class. I have an empty game manager in my scene, and here's the script. I basically have an...
Okay, so first of all, create empty. Let's do this, game manager. When Weissheit is without doubt the best in the game. For sure, dude. No doubt.
Integer that has a coin count, and then...
So this is the interesting thing. How do we actually get the count? I mean, we sort of have the count coming from... Where do we have this? We have it here, right? In the pastel de nata. No, it just adds to the score, but the actual score is put in the spawner, isn't it? Yeah, the float, the score. So that is technically the score, in this case, that's our coin count. Which is if we use this one, isn't store even updating here as well? Yeah, exactly. So the score is our coin count.
In these on-enable and disable methods, we're subscribing that coin on coin collected method to this handle coin pickup function. And the only thing this does is it increases the coin count and then tells our coin text to increment itself. And the coin text is literally just a reference to a text object and, sets the text value to coins and the value. So that's all setup stuff. You don't have to do any of that. But that's what's kind of going on in my scene. And that's how we're getting coins in the top right to update.
So we already have that. That's the score, which is updating.
Anyway, so in our game manager, the most important thing here is restoring our coin count, okay? So this is the primary thing we need to take a look at. So in your game, wherever you're increasing your score, in my case, it's coins here, right? But in your game, maybe you get points for killing enemies. That value needs to be captured somewhere. I think a game manager is a very popular...
Okay, so because we actually put this in the spawner. Maybe we should make this purely the spawner. Because we could change it so that we actually move the store count to the game manager. And then we just make it so that it plays the sound through the speaker. But just here, we're finding the object, the following object spawner, and we're adding to the score. So we should move this score completely and put it in the game manager instead. Which we don't have. So let's create a script that we call game manager. Why is this not looking like the rest of the scripts? Why do you have different thingy? I don't like that. Let's remove this. I think this is the best way for us when we are going to start doing like the update stuff as well. Just then we will have everything to do with score and points and that will all be put into the same script, which I feel like is probably the easiest. Create C# script. There we go. Game manager. Why do you do that? Okay, let's... Oh, what if we do it like this instead? We once again remove this one. I don't know if this matters. There might be a reason. The reason that one changed might be because I have an object with the exact same name. But let's try and do it like this instead. New script, and we call this game manager. Yeah, it got the same one again. So, first of all, I want to get this to work. By taking the following object spawner, I think we are going to need this Unity Engine UI, so let's steal that one first. Float match interval, min spawn interval, that can stay here. What we want are these two, the public float score and the public text score text. And void start. So I guess we're gonna steal this part as well. So nothing about this has anything to do with the actual store, right? Just that comes from the following object rather. So yeah, let's... I think this should be all we need. Yeah, we have the public float and the public text. Rest have to do with spawning. So now we can add a void start and basically we do it like this. We save this, go back into the game. I think this isn't gonna be too hard. And from here, we check the spawner. What you have is the score 0, and then the score text has been assigned. The score should be 0, but the score text is in the in-game UI. It's supposed to be this one. And now, if we go to the spawner, can we remove this one? Let's just put none. I think the game should still be playable. And see if the straw updates. Variable spawner for not been assigned. Oh. Oh, I removed the wrong one. Oh, another problem. We also have to change the following object to find object of type. Play the sound effects through, this is actually now called speaker. Boom, and then add one to the store. Find object of type, and this instead is supposed to be game manager, and add the store, and then update store value is also in the game manager. Find the object of type, this is also supposed to be game manager store. And blocking, this has nothing to do with the store, neither does this. So let's save this and go back into the game. Also, we are definitely doing, if I manage to finish this game and actually like release it or whatever, we are definitely going to have a competition to see who can get the highest score. Okay, so it is working, and this is through the game manager. Perfect. So that is how it should be. So now in the falling object spawner, we can actually delete everything that has to do with the store. So these are not needed anymore. And this string is not needed anymore. And that's it. Save all. And whenever we do a change, we should probably get into the habit to try the game just to see that we didn't mess anything up. Also, good habit to save. Okay. It is working. You died. We don't need to have the you died debug log anymore either. Which is also in the script for health. Here, debug log, you died. We don't need you anymore. We know that death is working. Okay. What else?
Popular place this is done. But right here you'll see is where we're actually increasing our coin count. And so to update a high score is actually very simple. You see there's something called player prefs in Unity, and player prefs you can save a value. So I could say set integer, right? Because my coins aren't.
Okay, straw text. So yeah, it's the float called score. That is, I guess, what he has on coin collected, I assume. Wait, why are you actually doing this? You are still in the game manager. I want to see the full thing again. Here, game manager. There's an int called coin count. For some reason we use float here. That doesn't actually matter. Basically, both float and int are both types for numbers. The only difference is that with a float I could actually do like 0.4. We only use in whole numbers anyway, so it could have used int, but it does not matter.
Game Manager is a very popular place this is done, but right here you'll see is where we're actually increasing our coin count. And so to update,
that's the only weird thing. I'm actually increasing the coin count through the following objects.
a high score is actually very simple. You see, there's something called player prefs in Unity, and player prefs, you can save a value. So I could say set integer, right? Because my coins are an integer, and I could say a high score, and I could pass in my coin count. And so what this is going to do is it's going to make a...
Can I do that from here, I wonder? Because this is actually what sets the store. Because here we have objects for... No, wait, that's not it. It's the part of whether or not I catch it, which is here on the following object. So whenever we catch one, we add 1 to the store. Does that mean I have to add this here instead? I still have the current score here. And yeah, he uses, yeah, no, he doesn't actually use the coin count plus plus whatever. He just takes the number high score. So I should be able to do it here. Or can I?
A file on my computer, and it's going to save my coin count value. And what that means is that there's just going to be a file on my computer somewhere that's storing our high score. And this allows us to say playerprefs.getInteger at high score. And then this is going to pull that coin count value, right? The caveat here, this is only ever going to work.
Void start. So okay, we take the store text and we equal that to the actual score. I think I should be able to do it here. So let's create a void called, I don't know, setting high score. And here we do a player prefs dot set float high score. And then we do score, I guess. And then player prefs dot get float high score. Boom.
Work on my computer. If I play the game on my computer and I set a high score, and then I download the game on my friend's computer and we play, that high score won't be carried over unless you can find a way to move the file over to your friend's computer, right? And so this is like a local thing. And so the limitation is it's, you know, only for the machine that's running the game. But the plus side to that is I could turn my computer off and turn it back on. And because it's in a file somewhere, this high score will always be preserved. So if we wanted to actually set the high score, for cleanness, I'm just going to make a new private check high score method.
Wait, he removed that. Okay.
And we'll call it right as we're updating our coin count. And in here, all we want to say is if our coin
Okay, wait. So he removed the player prefs.
And we'll call it, for cleanness, will always be preserved. So if we wanted to actually
Okay, let's remove all of this.
set the high score, for cleanness, I'm just going to make a new private check high score method. And we'll call it right as we're updating our coin count. And in here, all we want to say is if our coin count.
So check high score. There he does where we... So that I think I need to do here. Update score value. For this. So here we can check high score and update accordingly by doing the check high score.
Is greater than our player prefs dot get integer of high score.
But you removed that. Okay, let's see. If score is greater than player prefs dot get float.
So we're gonna see if there's an existing high score, and if there is, it will return it. So at the end of that intro scene, you know, I set it to 48, so it'll see if our coin count's 49 or greater, and if it is, we'll go into this if block, otherwise we won't. But let's say our high score didn't exist yet, right? It's the first time we're playing the game, there's no value here. Then we want to add a comma and put in a 0, because that's going to be our default value, right? The high score starts at 0 if it's a brand new first time someone's playing the game. And then in the case that our coin count exceeds our high score, well, we just want to update it. So we can say player prefs dot set integer. If yours is a float or something, use that. And then high score is the text value, and we pass in our coin count. And so that's it. That's all we need to do to update our high score. Now, if we wanted to display the high score somewhere, you can right click to update our high score. Now, if we wanted to display the high score somewhere,
okay, no idea if this is gonna work. This is interesting. First of all, let's see, do we get any errors at the moment? No. So if I now go to the game manager, okay, we do have the score and the score text, but we can't see the high score from here. That's probably fine.
where you can right click in your Unity project or right click on your canvas if you already have one and go down to UI, text, text mesh pro. I'm gonna call this high score text. And then I'm just gonna position it somewhere at the top. This is irrelevant. Just put it wherever you want. That's up to you.
So this is something we actually want on the game over UI. So let's make that visible. And in the game over UI, we create UI text mesh pro. And as always, this is fucking massive. So I don't think does this scale the object? No. Okay, let's just do 0.005. 0.005. And we rename this into high score text. Okay.
To you. With a little bit of basic styling, there's my high score text. And when I play the game right now, it's not going to be updating or doing anything. So how do we get this to display? So at the top of my game manager, I'll add a using text mesh pro so we can access that text component. And I'll say serialize field.
Do I really need this? Can I not use that through the Unity Engine UI? I don't know, let's do it anyway. Text mesh pro.
Text mesh pro UGUI, which is the text component.
And I don't think I need to serialize the field, I can just do public.
Pro UGUI, which is the text component, and I'll say high score text. Now
okay. So text mesh pro. Okay, that does not come up for me. TouchMesh Pro UGUI.
Pro UGUI, which is the text component, and I'll say high score text. Now on our game manager script, we can just click and drag our high score text game object.
Okay. High score text, perfect. So now it just hit this one and we grab it over here. Okay. Such high score does not exist in the current context. Public void check high score. Let's try that. Still have the same error.
Object into the variable, and it will pull off that component. And then again, just for cleanness, I'll make one more function called update high score text.
Public void check high score. Check high score. So why can you not find that? Don't check for components in the object of type. We can't do that either. Let's remove this. See if we can do everything through the game manager. So we have the void check high score. Store to string void stuff. What if we here put check high score? Let's just try, see what happens. First of all, do we get any errors from doing that? No, that's good.
And we'll set the high score text dot text equal to, and then in a formatted string, I'm just gonna say high score, and then get our player prefs dot get integer of high score, and again default it to 0 in case there isn't a value stored on our file somewhere.
Wait, equals $, we don't need that. Wait, what?
Is there integer equal to, and then in a formatted string, I'm just gonna say high score, and then get our player prefs dot get integer of high score, and again default it to 0 in case.
The high score is set here. Okay, let's just, for now, let's type it the exact same way, just to see if it works. High score. And then player prefs dot get float high score, comma 0.
There isn't a value stored on our file somewhere. Okay, and then you can just call update high score text wherever you want. It definitely makes sense to put it in our start function so that it happens at the beginning.
Okay, so we have the void start, which is where we check high score, and then we also update high score text.
of the game. And then if you wanted your high score to update function so that it happens at the beginning of the game. And then if you wanted your high score to update dynamically, like as soon as you beat your high score, right? Like during that playthrough, you could put it wherever you're updating your high score. This time I'll show you what that would be like. Okay, so our high score is...
Okay, let's see if it even works. So here we can see our score. And I guess we might be able to see high score now too. No, we can't actually tell the high score. If score... Can I not do like a public float called high score equals 0? I don't know if this is gonna work. I just want to be able to see it here, basically. Like this. Because then I assume that both should update. Which it doesn't. So let's die now.
For this.
Now this actually says high score 0, so that didn't work.
Clean at this point. I don't have a file saved, and our coins is 0. I can go ahead and start collecting.
Oh yeah,
I'm up to 26. I can
doesn't
stop
update
playing.
either.
I could shut off my computer. I could do whatever. It's fine. It's now made a record on our computer somewhere, and there's a key called high score with 26 as the coin count. And when we play the game again, because we're updating...
Okay. So that means that this time when I die, it should say 5.
For this.
Which it doesn't. Set float high score. High score text. And then we get the float high score. Okay, let's try like this once. Let's check the high score text, which we have here. And I think we should do this like high score 0. And then we should center everything. Scale, position. Okay, wait, what is not centered? Which is something here is definitely not centered. This one should be centered. Is it my buttons? Oh yeah, my buttons are not centered. So on the edge we want 0, 0, and retry button 0. There we go. Wait, is it just me or are those still not aligned? Or is that just a visual illusion? No, wait, this one didn't actually update. 0. There we go. Let's also check the game over text, that's not centered either. Now everything should be centered.
For this.
Okay, and now the next time we play, does it change? That is the question. No, it still says high score 0.
For this.
Okay, if we press retry instead.
For this.
No, okay, it still doesn't update. Feels bad, man. UI canvas. What? Oh, I see. Why? So on the start page, string the check high score, which checks if the score is bigger than the high score.
Updating the text on start, you'll see high score set to 26. Start collecting at this point. I don't have a file saved and our coins is 0. I can go ahead and start collecting. I'm up to 26. I can stop playing. I could shut off my computer. I could do whatever. It's fine. It's now made a record on our computer somewhere, and there's a key called high score with 26 as the coin.
Okay, so something here must be wrong. Void check high score if score is greater than player prefs get float high score, comma 0 double parenthesis. Then player prefs set float high score score. So then you change this number to the current score. Void update high score text. Because here we have nothing about this right now. No.
Count, and when we play the game again,
okay, just that doesn't happen for me. So something is
off that component,
and that one is set, right? Game manager. Yeah, high score text. And I also kind of do want to change this. I don't know how to. Because I basically want another line here. Because preferably I would like the high score not to be visible like this, but rather like this. I don't know if that's possible though. Because that would be if I here can do something like this. This. I'm not sure that actually works. Maybe we have to skip that part. They might have to be on the same one.
For this.
Fuck it. So let's go to the high score text. And let's change this then. Now it should look the same even when it updates. Yeah, if I remove for this. But we still have the problem, it does not update. That is a pretty big issue.
For this.
Because he said next time you start it, it should update. This should change. And it does not.
And again, just for cleanness, I'll make one more function called update high score text, and we'll set the high score text dot text equal.
Oh yeah, this can actually be, however, this doesn't matter because this is not going to, because we set high score to 0 and here we set high score to score.
2, and then in a formatted string, I'm just gonna say high score and then get our player.
And then we do in the high score dot text is equal to, so yeah, this is the actual line. So high score equal to high score.
Refs dot get integer of high score, and again defaulted to 0.
High score default 0. Boom, 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 boom.
In case there isn't a value stored
Should
on our
be
file
right.
somewhere. Okay, and then you can just call update high score text wherever you want. It definitely makes sense to put it in our start function so that it happens at the beginning of the game. And then if you wanted your high score to update beginning a value stored on our file somewhere. Okay, and then you can just call update high score text wherever you want. It definitely makes sense to put it in our start function so that it happens at the beginning of the game. And then if you wanted your high score to update dynamically, like as soon as you beat your high score, right? Like during that playthrough, you could put it wherever you're updating your high score.
Okay, so we want to have this here then.
Or this time I'll show you what that would be like. Okay, so our high score is clean at this point. I don't have a file saved and our coins is 0. I can go ahead and start collecting. I'm up to 26. I can stop playing. I could shut off my computer. I could do whatever. It's fine. It's now made a record on our computer somewhere, and there's a key called high score with 26 as the coin count. And when we play the game again, because we're updating the text on start, you'll see high score is set to 26. And because we're not updating it dynamically, you'll see when we get over 26, it's not updating. But the next time we actually play the game, then it gets updated to 48. So that's it. That's a very simple high score system. It's great for game jams. It's great for simple little games, great for arcade games. If you wanted this high score to be saved so that it's, across all computers, then you'd have to store a file in the cloud somewhere or on a server where it can be pulled. And that's more advanced. But that's going to be it for this tutorial. I hope it helped.
wonder if I have to involve the falling object somehow. That might actually be the issue. But this... No, but that updates the store, so it shouldn't matter. Because the falling object is what updates the store, but the store, the actual store itself, is in the game manager.
For this.
It does not seem to update. Okay, I think we have to involve the other script a bit more. Because at some points he does explain how that you should check, like, put this stuff where you're actually counting. And this is not where we're counting. Like, we have the store update in here, but it's actually the falling object that's adding the value. So I think that might be the issue.
Somewhere tells our coin text to increment itself. And the coin text is literally just a reference to a text object and, you know, sets the text value to coins and the value. So that's all setup stuff. You don't have to do any of that, but that's what's kind of going on in my scene. And that's how we're getting coins in the top right to update. Anyway, so in our game manager, the most important thing here is we're storing our coin count, okay? So this is the primary thing we need to take a look at.
The coin count, and for us that is the float score.
Okay, so this is the primary thing we need to take a look at. So in your game, wherever you're increasing your score, in my case it's coins here, right? But in your game, maybe you get points for killing enemies. That value needs to be captured somewhere. I think a game manager is a very popular place this is done. But right here you'll see is where...
This doesn't work, we can't do it like this. Because here he has the plus plus. This is what actually adds it, which for me is in the falling object script. Because this is what determines whether or not I catch it. So here we update the store to the game manager. So I think we actually have to do it like we started off doing it first. As in that this will check and update high score from this script instead.
We're actually increasing our coin count. And so to update a high score is actually very simple. You see, there's something called player prefs in Unity, and player prefs, you can save a value. So I could say set integer, right? Because my coins are an integer, and I could say a high score, and I could pass in my coin count. And so what this is going to do is it's going to make a file on my computer, and it's going to save my coin count value. And what that means is that there's just going to be a file on my computer somewhere that's storing our high score. And this allows us to say playerprefs.getInteger at high score. And then this is going to pull that coin count value, right? The caveat here, this is only ever going to work on my computer. If I play the game on my computer and I set a high score, and then I download the game on my friend's computer and we play, that high score won't be carried over unless you can find a way to move the file over to your friend's computer, right? And so this is like a local thing. And so the limitation is it's, you know, only for the machine that's running the game. But the plus side to that is I could turn my computer off and turn it back on. And because it's in a file somewhere, this high score will always be preserved. So if we wanted to actually set the high score, for cleanness, I'm just going to make a new private check high score method.
I wonder, do we have to do, maybe we have to do all of this in the falling object script. And then the only thing we can do is that we keep the high score text here.
And we'll call it right as we're updating our coin count. And in here, all we want to...
Yeah, so right as we're updating. So check high score, in other words, needs to be where we are updating it, which is actually here.
say is if our coin count...
Right now, that doesn't actually mean anything. So I wonder if, can I put this Yes, I can put it here, can I? Can I create a void here? Void check high store. And technically we already have this. So void check high store. So we are just gonna copy this.
Is great.
That's not correct.
Greater than our player prefs dot get integer.
You know what, maybe we should, if we want to do this exactly like he does it, this should actually rather be placed here on the same line. And that still seems to connect, so this should be fine.
Of high score. So we're gonna see if there's an existing high score, and if there is, it will return it. So at the end of that intro scene, you know, I set it to 48, so it'll see if our coin count's 49 or greater, and if it is, we'll go into this if block, otherwise we won't. But let's say our high score didn't exist yet, right? It's the first time we're playing the game, there's no value here. Then we want to add a comma and put in a 0, because that's going to be our default value, right? The high score starts.
Wait, I didn't remove. What did I just remove? Void check high score. Yeah, we can remove this.
At 0 if it's a brand new first time someone's playing the game. And then in the case that our coin count exceeds our high score, well, we just want to update it. So we can say player prefs dot set into
Void check high score.
integer. If yours is a float or something, use that. And then high score is the text value, and we pass in our coin count.
Oh, but this is so annoying because now we have to change a lot here because the score is actually set here as a float. So we can't just say score because this doesn't actually exist. What we want is to find object of type game manager dot score. I guess.
And so that's it. That's all we need to do to update.
So if this float, meaning if the current find object of type game manager dot score is greater than player prefs dot high score, then we should set that high score to, and this as well needs to be, you know what, I think we can do this easier. If we do, let's just name this score, and up here we can put like public, no wait, how do we do this? All we need to do is this equals score. I wonder if that works.
Our high score. Now, if we wanted to display the high score somewhere, you can write your guy relevant. Just put it wherever you want. That's up to you. With a little bit of basic styling, there's my high score text. And when I play the game, right now it's not going to be, I'll add a using text mesh pro.
So I guess we need to add that here too. Using text mesh pro.
so we can access that text component. And I'll say serialize field, text mesh pro UGUI, which is the text component. And I'll say high score text.
And that is this one.
Now on our game manager script.
So why am I complicating this so much? I should have put everything in the following objects. Now here,
we can just click and drag our high score text game object into the variable, and it will pull off that component. And then again, just for cleanness, I'll make one more function called update high score text, and we'll set the high.
And so this high score text doesn't actually exist here, because that's this high score text. So I guess what we need to do is maybe that should be fine, because this is public.
High score text dot text equal to, and then in a format.
It's not the same thing with the score. The score is also public. But here on the other side, we do find object of type game manager score.
String, I'm just going to say high score, and then get our player prefs dot get integer of high score, and again default it to 0 in case there isn't a value stored on our file somewhere. Okay, and then you can just call update high score text wherever you want. It definitely makes sense to put it in our start function so that it happens at the beginning of the game. And then if you wanted your high score to update dynamically,
yeah, then we put it
like as
here.
soon as you beat your high score, right? Like during that playthrough, you could put it wherever you're updating your high score. This,
which is the set load for us, and that's where we update high score text.
this time I'll show you what that would be like. Okay, so our high score is clean at this point. I don't have a.
Let's try. Okay. Invalid token 14 in following object. Following object 14. Okay, so this is not. Let's just try removing this one. And then 14, that was the same one. Wait, let's save and check again. Okay, score and high score does not exist. So what I think we need to do then is, because I would prefer to keep it here, and we do have the score here, so it should work. Because what we do here is that we take the find object of type game manager score and we add to that. So if we copy this and then if that score is greater than that, then set it to that score and update store texts. And update store text means taking the find object of type game manager dot high store text dot text and change that, which is then that's this text, to high score. Okay. So now those, If I understand this correctly, those should be set now. However, I am not sure that I do understand this correctly. But we didn't actually get any errors, so that's good. Did we save all of them? I'm actually surprised if this is gonna work. It works. The high score is actually updating. Then let's try and lose. Okay, then we retry. Okay, so we reset it. And now it's whoever said. Well, it did work. Okay, let's start the game again and see what happens. It sort of worked. Oh, so when I miss one, it resets. Okay, now it doesn't set it at all. And now it does. What? Okay, now it says 18. Retry. So just now, if I go above 18, it's going to change. So something is wrong with the fact that it's resetting to 0. Let's try and catch more than 18 and see. Yeah. Then it actually sets. And now we can lose, and it's gonna be like that. Okay. Let's restart, and then we play the game again. Oh, is it coming along? We're getting there. I'm trying to get the high score to work, which is sort of working. But I actually think the problem might be... is greater than minus 0. I think the problem is that we are actually setting the high score to 0. Because now it's only updating when I beat it, but I want it to stay always. So if we remove these zeros, perhaps. High score. Okay, let's try this, see what happens. But yeah, I think this is, you know, I think this should work. Obviously I'm just playing with the game over scene visible because I want to see the high score update. Let's see what happens now. When we start the game, will this... because this should probably update immediately, which it doesn't. It still says 0. Okay, I have to beat my high score to see if it starts updating. Which was like somewhere like around 20. Yeah, so now the high score starts updating. What if we just restart and then we play? Yeah. So the problem is that it's not keeping the old high store. It does work and it does update whenever you currently are beating your high store. But obviously I want it to keep track of the high store at all times.
For this.
Just now, it still says 40. What if we retry instead? Yeah, it still sets it to 0 immediately. So what is the problem? So here we just have the high store text. And I mean, one thing is that the high store text is literally... I want to see this. If we remove this 0, what happens? Maybe that's the issue. It actually resets the entire text every time. Oh yeah, I think that's actually... Is the issue with the actual text somehow? What's up, Laser? Sounds like your set default as 0 if no value logic is just running every time. Okay, my store is always set to 0, but that should be set to 0. So then it must be in the following. So this is just for updating the store. Let's see, you set default as 0. Just here's the thing, we removed all those zeros that was here, didn't I? So I thought that would fix it. Set default as 0. Okay, so what am I actually doing here? This is just updating the store. And then it checks the high store. When it checks the high store, then you are maybe passing a different value to high store. Yeah, just the weird thing is that it resets to... It actually doesn't reset to 0, it resets to this text. What happens if I remove this text? I just want to see what happens. Maybe passing a different value. Okay, so that didn't change anything. So then it's not... Well, we do have this. So this is actually... We're counting it on the trigger, but does that matter? No, it shouldn't, because we update the store text here. And what that store text is that if the game manager's score is greater than, so that's correct, player prefs get float high score. Then you set the float high score with the new... Yeah, this would be an issue if the if statement doesn't work, because then it would always set it to the store, which at the beginning is always 0. But the weird thing is, just because it does work when you break the high store, then we do get a higher one. So find object of type game manager store. If it's bigger, then update the store text. And when we update the store texts, we go to the high store text and we change it to the new one. I But for some reason it doesn't save. Because the straw one is always set to 0. So I wonder if it's something... Maybe I shouldn't have this on the void. Because we do need to check the high score here. But what if we remove this? And then we put it here instead. Okay, I'm gonna change this just so we know whether this is the text or not. Last thing to inspect is the file itself. Make sure the write-out is occurring. The file isn't locked. Read only. So that's in the actual inspector then. I mean, just to explain here, I'm sorry, but I'm very new to this and I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, let me just see what happens now. I wonder, can I reset my... I would like to reset my score to 0, my high score. Okay. So it's still just showing the actual text. Have we added... Yeah, we have added a high score text here, that is correct. For instance, if the game folder is in program files on your Windows OS drive, that is a write protected folder. Oh, so you mean the game can't actually find... Oh, it can't actually find the old high score then from the folder. And that would make it so that... Yeah, that would make it so that we only update when we actually beat it, because then we still have the file in the game, but then when it saves it, because it needs admin rights to be interactive with user data where it's allowed. Okay. So wait, where should my file be? And oh, but it's updating when you get high score, then maybe not. Yeah, because it does. That's a weird thing. It just doesn't, like, show me the old one. That's the problem. Because whenever we start the game now, it is showing me this high score ASD, which is the actual text file. So it's not the high score that should be updated. But if I just a little bit quickly here, I'm pretty sure, like, as soon as I catch 41, because I think 40 is my high score, this is going to update. But as soon as we restart or something, it goes back to the text file itself. Wait, am I actually gonna die? Yeah, you see. So it does update here. And it stays here, but I think even if I just press retry, yeah, it goes back. So if it's updating when you get high score, then maybe not. I don't know, some kind of race condition somewhere. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because we basically have two files. A race condition is when two things are fighting over updating one value. Okay, the first one to get there wins. And right now the first one to get there isn't 0 anymore, which is before in the... Okay, let's remove the stuff that we're not using right now, just to make this a bit simpler. Just before here we had a bunch of zeros like this. Was it? No? like this, which I removed because I thought that was the problem. But now what I'm realizing is that this, so if we say this is a race condition, the thing that wins is like this actual, like the actual text file here. Does it have to do with this? Public text mesh pro. Oh, does this one... Let's see. The high score text, that's the actual... Yeah, it can be you're writing over the value by accident. It'd be best to try and step through the logic. Here's one thing. Right now I have the using TM Pro on both of these. I don't know exactly what that does. We need that to update the Text Mesh Pro thingy, I assume. But technically we do that from this one. Because what if this, for some reason, updates it to the original store text? Never worked with that. Okay. I'm just gonna try and see what happens. And also, I need to... Where do I actually... Oh. Okay, now that did not seem to work. So, we do need to have that one. Working with packages should be. And I'm assuming we need this one too, because otherwise we're not going to be able to update it from that one instead. You know how to work breakpoints and debug mode. Not really. I know how to make debug logs, so I guess we can do that somehow.
For this.
Too much to explain in chat, I understand. I would like to figure out where I'm actually saving this stuff. So I guess it's in the same folder. Okay, where would the actual high score be saved? Just because it's annoying to have to try and beat it. But I mean, we can make the debug log to update it. Just that will give us some more info. Packages. Logs. Because I'm assuming here somewhere we should have a file for the actual high score. In Unity gems, it's basic files in the install folder. Oh, so like the folder for the actual application itself. Text Mesh Pro. This is just the stuff I downloaded. User settings. Layout, no. I feel like there should be search in here, high score. No, that's some of the scripts. Yeah, I don't know. But let's do a debug log. I'm in the game install / root folder. But that should be where I actually save it. Okay. Let's do this. Let's try and make some debug logs. By the way, is the music loud for you guys? Should I lower it? Is there not a way like check high score? Most level on mobile. It's fine. Update high score. Wait, where do I put... If I want to put a debug log to see the high score, how do I do that? So we can do like every time I catch one, we do a debug.log. Can I just put high score here? Maybe I have to do it like this. I'm so confused. Yeah, the file path is controlled in the project's press somewhere. You can just jam console prints in front of every time you change a value. So this only changes the score text. I'm assuming this might not actually work. Hello? Oh. When you're the file path control, yeah. Okay, so we can check where I saved them. Oh, okay, so it's just telling me high score. What if we remove the quotations? I mean, the problem here is that I'm so stupid when it comes to this that I just don't know what I'm doing. Okay, that does not exist in the current context. Debug log. What if we do this? Oh, well... Knowing C# and how it deals with head variables is a little important. Yeah, I know. I mean, I did basically look at a few videos and stuff explaining some of the basic stuff, like how certain, you know, if statements works and the different variables and all that shit. But yeah, my knowledge is incredibly basic. Yeah, so this constantly, yeah, it does actually give me this. That is the text file. I mean, you could just be trying to compare string against a number or something. And it casts the string to a number, and then your logic is all fucked. Yeah, just... Let's see, how... Because, I mean, I did do it a bit differently. Because he has all his scores in one script. One of the changes I do is that I try to keep all the actual updated numbers here. First of all, I wanted to do everything with updating, but then it didn't update at all instead. And I think the reason for that was because this script is like in this game, the actual objects that are falling down are the ones that are giving me the score. So every time it collides with the player, we update the score, which is put here. It's not a blank scratch project that you can use to try out your pieces of logic in isolation. Oh yeah, that's true. Made sure that something else is not interfering. But we also did change some stuff, because store, just for example here, he does the resetting it to 0, or at first at least putting it to 0. Then, but I just want to see if this changes anything now. Does this make any difference? They both are saved. Yeah, we might have to do that. Yeah. Oh? No, wait, that's my store. I'm at the wrong place.
For this.
So... Fuck.
For this.
Also, thank you so much for trying to help me out, and I'm so sorry that my knowledge is so tiny that it's hard to help me. That's the only thing making me feel like it's a lot of work to redo it, because I won't have the same... I feel like they might have to do something with this as well. But no, this... Okay, let's try. What actually happens here? Let's go through. And if anyone gets any idea, then we could try and figure this out. Project settings. Can I choose where it saves everything? Because you were talking about if it could be an issue with the game not being able to find the actual file. But yeah, maybe that wasn't the problem, since it can update once I actually beat the high score. It just doesn't save it. I was thinking like, where do I see where it saves like the game files? Fuck. Okay, so the problem is that right now it's showing the actual text file rather than the number. Hopping in again on my second work break, welcome back dude, we are still struggling, but now with the high score instead. So yeah, we know the issue. The issue is that instead of showing the high score, it is just showing me the actual text file instead. Until I beat the high score. When we do beat it, it updates correctly. Until we restart. So, let's think about this. How does this actually happen? First of all, we have... is all set correctly. First one we have is the actual score, which is determined... Oh, looks like Unity jams the player prefs data in a registry now. Wait, where do I find that? Clear up player prefs. Oh, wait, if I press this, will it fuck up something? Or no, this is only going to remove my high score, right? Because that's the only time I actually typed player prefs had to do with the high score. So if I press here, do I remove my high score? I should be able to control the Z if it messes up. Oh, this action cannot be undone. Ooh, that's scary. I think... Okay, no. Because it would be sweet if we can try that. I assume it clears it entirely. Do you mean as in my preferences in the Unity application as well? Because in that case... Because otherwise, if... I don't know exactly what I mean by player prefs, because if it's only to do with this stuff, player prefs, then I think it might be fine, because the only time I've ever used player prefs is in this area when we are speaking about the high score. Prefs are stored as a unique register editor. Prefs are contained in another register value. Okay, so it's not the same thing. On Windows, player prefs are stored in the registry under... Well, so is this in the... like in the Unity folder or whatever? What? I wish I could do this as a job. I've been having so much fun with it. It is fun. I'm realizing though that at least when you're on my level, like it's like you add one thing and then you have to fix 3 things that are not working. And for everything you fix, there's something new. There's like a new error. But it's interesting. I like the sort of problem solving aspect of it. It's kind of fun. So wait, which one, when I was in the actual here, which one did I check? Was it project settings? Because we also have this one. Hmm. This doesn't seem anything I'm looking for. Okay, I think we should look through the code a little bit to see if there's some logical mistake here. So, if anyone wants to first of all get the idea of the game, basically we have the score up in the corner and we have the high score here. The problem right now is that the high score only updates when I beat it, and as soon as I restart it goes back to this, which is just the actual text file itself. So it doesn't save it, but it does update it. And the thing is that the update of the actual score comes from the script of the falling objects. And I don't know if that's an issue. Looks like project settings are another file that lives in your project assets path. Because what I would like to do, just for the sake of it, is to remove my current high score. Okay. I can't find any of this. Yeah, that's in the registry. You'll need to use regedit. I don't understand. Not gonna lie. But at the same time, if we fix this, this should just update, so we should be able to see it. Okay, let's take a look at the code. So, we have the on trigger collide thingy, and if it collides with the player, then we find the game manager's score, which is this one, which starts off at 0, and we add 1. And then we find the score text, which is the actual text on the screen, and we make that equal to the score to string, which is this. And then here, so basically every time we catch one, we check the high score. And if the score, so this one, if the updated score is bigger than player pref's not get float high score, then we set the high score. So this is the file. And we will set that to the current score. And update the high score text. And when we update the high score text, we go to this high score text file .text and make that into high score player prefs high score 0. So first I thought the problem because it always said 0, but that's because I now realize that the reason it always said 0 is because the actual high score text here was set to 0. It wasn't because it reset it to 0, if that makes sense. And so that's why I tried deleting these zeros in case that was the problem, but it wasn't. So the problem is that whenever we are not like currently beating the high score, it goes back to just show me the high score text rather than the actual new high score. I wonder if we should look through, because obviously for this part I followed the tutorial. I wonder if I should look through that again and see if I misunderstood something. But it's weird though, because it does update when we beat it, it just doesn't keep that update. Can I use this as the debug log? Does that work? I have no idea. What? 28. Error. Oh. Okay, let's see now. I wonder if that debug log can read the actual high score file. But like it's weird because we do know that it is updating. Because as soon as I beat the high score, it starts updating. So it must be able to keep track of the high score. Just that for some reason we reset it to the text file. Yeah, so look, it does say 43, which is the current high score. So that is correct. This is the current high score. Why do you not show me the current high score? So what did I say here? Get float high score. So the setting part of it, the set float high score, must be working. Since when we try to get the float, it shows me the correct number. So what about when we update store text? Find object of type JManager high store text is equal to... So this is correct too, get float high store. Like, that should update. And it does when I beat it, but not when we haven't beaten it. Can I add something here? High store text. So wait, this is the actual text file. Okay, I'm just gonna try it. What if we do equals to... Does this work? Wait, we probably need that one. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Okay, it doesn't. Cannot implicitly convert type float to equals. Wait, how would I do this? I store text, not text, equals. Okay, what if we do this? Because that pod is actually updating correctly. Okay, no. So it does not like this. But this is weird, because this should be the same anyway. Since this high store text is updated here. Because this high store text is the literal same one. And when we update, is that a problem? Do we not update enough or something? Do I need to make it so that it checks it more often? Is it because... Wait, this doesn't... Check high store. Oh wait, I think I know it. Because right now, it actually only checks the high score when we catch an object. And if the object we are catching is higher than the current high score, then we set a new thingy and we update the store text, which does this. So maybe that's the problem. We actually, yeah, we don't update the store text without... I think we should have another... This is to update it dynamically. Is there a way? Can we actually put 2? What if we check the high store? Can we do that in 2 places? So, for example here, if I create a void start and we check the high store on start. No, that doesn't matter, because when it checks it, I'm not gonna have a higher store, so this won't change anything. Fuck. I feel like I'm on the way. Wait, following object 73 already defines... Oh, do we already have a start? Oh yeah, private void start. Okay, let's... I don't know. Let's try this. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's worth a shot. Come on, boy. Okay, we're still keeping track of the high score, but it does not update this part.
For this.
I feel like we are so close, yet so far. void check high straw. Oh, that's just the one creating it, and then he...
That playthrough, you could... I'll show you what that would be like. Okay, score this time.
Check high straw.
You want. It definitely makes sense to put it in our start function so that it happens at...
Oh, update. I put check in the start function, didn't I? Yeah. What if we always on start, whenever we start, we update high straw text? That's the first thing we do. Okay, please tell me this is it. Would make me so happy if this works. So now basically as soon as we press start, it should update if this is the problem. And that should say 43. Suspense. It works. Okay, I think we actually fixed it. So that was the problem. We didn't update. We only updated... That makes... Oh, dude, it's so logical when you think about it. Basically, we only updated it when we actually beat the straw. Whereas now, we update it at the start every single time. I just want to make sure that it starts updating when we actually beat it too. And it does. And then now, if we die and we retry, we keep the same one. And if we restart the game and start it again, I think we fixed it. G fucking G. Oh, not bad. 49. It works. Finally. Okay, so it was quite logical. I see the problem now, because now I don't really see the problem though. Oh no, yeah, because the update straw text was only if the straw was higher than the high straw, then it would update it and change it. Whereas now, we basically, every time we start, we update it immediately, so now it works. Oh, finally. So we can change this just so it will look a bit better. The only annoying thing now is that I would like to have a total as well. I have no clue how to fix that. Total float score. Oh. I mean, we just have to do something so that here, every time we catch one, we add one and update a different one. I think this is not too hard to do actually. If we create a public float called total score and set that to 0, and then we do a let's keep this intact here. Public float total score. So this would be every single one we ever caught. And then we do a public text that we call total store text. So we're basically going to use the same sort of thing as we did with the... Should we use a text mesh pro? I guess that doesn't really matter. Because then here we should be able to add like add 1 to the total score, and then we basically just copy the same shit and we update total score value. Because then the only thing is that this one should never reset, basically. So that might be an issue. Wait, what makes this one actually reset? Okay, this is only for the highest score, and this is for other stuff. If we go here, what makes the score reset? Is it because it says that it's 0? Store to string. Oh, maybe update score value. What if we just forever add 1 to the score? Okay, let's remove this one for now. Let's just have total score. And then we add 1 to the total store every time we catch an object. So all we need to do is basically change this to total score. Because now, if we check the following object, no? Wait, where do I find my score? Oh no, it's in the game manager, of course. Store text, high store text. Game manager does not contain a definition for total store, no longer no accessible method of total store except in first argument. 27. Find object of type. Find object of game manager dot store, which is the public float called score. Now we created a public float called total score. Oh, is it because I put a capital S here? Maybe this works. We want another line here saying total score. What's up, Joao? How you doing? There we go, total score. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's just try this out. Maybe we need to do one of those player refs or whatever for this as well. Because now we can see that both are actually updating. So my question is, what happens when I die? Okay, so technically the store is still 13 and the total store is also 13. If we retry. Wait. What happened? Okay, they both reset, so it doesn't save it. So I'm guessing when we... how do we make it save that one as well? I guess we need to use something similar to the player pref here. But we don't need to check because we always want to update that one. So this doesn't work. What if we create a text mesh pro blah 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 that we call total store text, and then here because now we shouldn't need to ever check it. We just every time we catch one, we want to add one the total store text. We shouldn't need any of this. All we want to do is we just need to update it all the time. I feel like I should be able to figure this out. Shouldn't be too difficult. Check high score. That's just to make it update dynamically. So now we charge them and we check the highest score. When we check that, and if the score is greater than the high score, then we update it. Oh, okay. So what if every time we catch one, we... Okay, I think we need to create a new void that we call update total score text. And for that, we're basically going to do the same thing as here. Find object of type, and then this is just going to change to total score text dot text, which is that one, and that should be equal to total get float. So total score. Okay, let's see. But then we need to set it. So here it's like if it's bigger than we set it. Now we want to always do it. So I think every time we catch an object, we want set float total score. Because now we set that to the score, but we don't want that. We actually want to, every time we catch that one, we set float to total score plus plus. Can I do that? We just add one. Because that's what we want. Every time we catch an object, we add one to the total score. And then find score plus plus. So what if we do total store plus plus and then update total store text, and then last but not least we want to once again update total store text on start. Okay, I have no idea if this is gonna work. I'm trying my best here. I feel like this should actually maybe work. Let's see, do we get any errors? Yes. Player pref set float string float. What? Okay, 29. Game manager does not contain a definition for total score. Oh, that's just because we didn't add one, right? Game manager. How long have you been learning the program? I don't know, about 4 days. Or something. So I'm quite new, we can say. Okay, so we have this object called the total store text. But we can't actually find that here, so that's a problem. Good enough, launch it on Steam's store. What up, Mike? How you doing? Long time no see, buddy. From what I see, you're starting to understand the subject. A bit, at least. A bit. These are the hard parts when I'm trying to create something myself and just be like, I think I can get this to work, and then I just slowly realize that I can't get this to work. Set float. How do I do this? What is happening right now? What? Wait, what's the problem here? Does not contain a definition for total score. That's line 27. And then there's no argument given that corresponds to the value player pref set string. I don't even understand that. 27, 29. I made it to Portugal in 6 days. Nice, dude. You're pumped? Nice. I can understand that. I think I'm going back this summer. Hmm. 27. Totals. Was supposed to be that today, but British Airways suck. Oh damn, I'm sorry, dude. That's unfortunate. But at least, did you have to buy a new ticket, or did they reimburse you or whatever? At least. Total score. Oh wait, I think we need to remove this one. What's the problem with 29? There's no argument given that corresponds to the required formal parameter value of player pref's set float. Okay, what if we do 0, 0, oh, rather 0 plus plus. Then we update the store text, and I think we can remove this one, because then when we update the total score, we find that one and show total, we get the float, blah blah. Okay, I think we can remove this one. Let's see if this works. They let me change my flight now, but I couldn't extend, so I lost a full week from my plan 1 month. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. That's unfortunate. Okay, 27. Upper run of the increment and decrement operator must be a variable property or indexer. It's so annoying when they give you errors and you realize that you just don't understand the errors. What are you trying to tell me? Which one is the problem? It's still the same one, set float. I mean, basically this should work sort of the same. Just that we don't need to check, because we just always want to update. But we don't want it to update it with a score every time, because then... So we can actually... What if we do this at the end then? You've gone to Spain, right? But don't only want to update on the start. Oh, what if we create an update? So what if we remove this? Update total store text. When that happens, we find the total store text and we take... But we have to set the float somewhere. So... What if we... When we update, we set the float high store. But we don't want to set it with the store, do we? Which is the problem if we set it with the store here every time. Then it's gonna end up being like... You know, when we catch the first one, it's going to add 1. But then we catch the second one, the store is going to be 2, and it's going to add 2. So on the second one we have 3 in the total store, and that's not going to be correct. How do I make a total store? We should do it so that every time you catch one, you update the store text. And when you update the total store text... Sorry, I have to think out loud a bit here. Then we set the float, and this shouldn't be high store, this should be total store. So we set the total store, but now we would set it with the store every time. Should we try running the game like this just to see what happens? Oh yeah, I know this isn't gonna work though, because we have the ++, which is an issue, right? $27. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the issue. Set float. No, we can remove this completely. We just update store text, and then it's going... Update total store text, so it's going to go down here every time we catch one and set the float totals with the store. This is not going to be correct. Find object of type game manager total store text and make that into get float, then you... Okay. I wanna try this, just to see what happens. I'm actually programming... Oh, damn! Web, not game. So it's true seeing you dive into this stuff. It's a pain in the ass, but it also feels so rewarding when you're making stuff work. Always a good brain challenge. True. Okay, apparently we are missing some behavior. I'm pretty sure. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, that's for sure. That's the first thing we realized here. It's programming is more so about troubleshooting and debugging. That's what it actually is. You know, it's like for every hour it's like 2 minutes of writing code and 58 minutes of debugging code. So wait, if you do web, what language do you use to program in? Or languages, I don't know. Pretty much 90% of the time it's like, what fucking idiot wrote this trash code, and then you realize it was you a month ago. Okay, the reference script unknown on this behavior is missing. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Total straw text. Okay, okay. Let's see if this works now. We go to the game over UI. We take the high straw text and let's just duplicate this. And then we move it down. Actually move both down. Something like... this perhaps. Let's take the second one and let's make that one a little bit smaller. And let's just put total. Gibberish. Ruby on Rails, little Python, little React. It's a lot of JavaScript with React basically. I understood half of those words. I mean, I recognize Python and JavaScript. The rest of it, I don't understand what you're talking about. But it's fine. It's fine. That's how it is. Game over text. I feel like we could move this one down a bit too. Okay, and then we need to rename this one into total score texts. And let's put 0. And then we have to go into the, where do we go? Game manager. And we take the total store text and put that here. And now, oh fuck, did I... Okay, I think I have to redo everything for this. Okay, high store text. Duplicate. Move down. Let's make it smaller. Let's take these. Move down. Game over text. Move down. Something like that perhaps. Maybe it should be higher rather. Because the hearts and stuff are disappearing. I feel like it might look better if we put all the texts in the sky, if you know what I mean. Why Zlatan didn't play against Azerbaijan? No idea, wrong person to ask. Okay, something like this. And then once again, let's rename this into total store text. Let's change this to total. Okay, let's add this here, and let's save. Goddamn, oh, let's save. Let's play and see what happens. Now the high score should update, and I don't know about the total score. That should probably stay at 0. And we'll see what happens when we start catching them. Okay. So far so good. It does update. What if we die now?
For this.
Retry. For this. Okay, so it resets to 0. And then we start counting again.
For this.
Okay, we're on the way though. It does update.
For this.
So let's see. Total straw text. We have the game manager. We added the total. Yeah, we know that because otherwise it wouldn't update at all. So now we have every time we catch one, we update the total straw text. I think that's correct. And when we update the total straw text, we set the float total straw. This way, this one does save. What do we do differently? We find out whether or not it's higher, and then we update it. Oh yeah, that's the problem, because right now, when we update the total straw text, we literally just set it to the same as the straw. Which means that when we restart and the straw becomes 0, the total straw also becomes 0. So set float total straw plus straw. Can I do that? And then update the text to total straw. So we want to add the straw. But this is not gonna work, because now the problem is that we're gonna do this every time we catch one. So when we caught 2, it will add 2. When we caught 3, it will add 3. We only want to add 1 each time. Straw, we can remove this, because high straw is working now. Upgrade total straw text. Set float. Total straw. So this is working. We are updating it. We're just updating it too much. Okay, let's try this just to see what happens if we get an error or whatever. We do. That didn't work. Total straw. What if every time we catch one, we update the total straw by setting the total straw? Plus plus. That's what I want to do. I just want to add 1 every time we catch one. And then we find the total straw text and we change it to total blah blah blah. But we still have an error. Can't play. You know what we're gonna do? Yes, you do. You know exactly what we're gonna do. We are going to copy all of this. go and say hello to ChatGPT. Making a game in Unity where I have 3 different types of scores. There's a score, meaning the amount of points gained in the current game session. There's a high score, meaning the highest amount of points gained in one game session. There's a, last but not least, there's a total score, meaning the total of all points gained throughout all game sessions. Right now, the score and high score is updating as they should. However, the total score, maybe I should change the code to what this actually was before. What did we change? We did the plus plus thingy, right? Yeah. Set float. There we go. It should be like this instead. However, the total score is basically the same as score. How do I make how do I explain this? Every time I'm making a catching game in Unity, meaning total amounts of objects caught in the current game session. The highest score, I mean the highest amount of objects caught in one game session. Last but not least, that's the total score, meaning the total of all caught objects throughout all game sessions. Right now the score and high score is updating as they should, however the total score is basically the same as score. Every time I catch an item, an object, I want to add +1 to the total score so that it will show all objects caught ever. Right now the total score is basically the same as score, meaning every time I end the game, it resets to 0. Every time I catch an object, I want to add +1 to the total score. And for the actual number to be saved, so that it will always show all objects caught in history. How do I fix this? Here's the code. Okay, let's update. Okay, the issue with your current code is that you're always updating the total store player preference to the current store value, which resets to 0 every time the game session ends, exactly. Instead, you need to retrieve the previous total score value from the player preferences, add the current store to it, and then update the total store player preference with a new total. Here's an updated version of your code with comments explaining the changes. Okay. Okay, so this is all the same. Check high store, that should be fine. Here. Did it do anything? No, wait, that's still the high store. So, what? Wait. Update total store text. Retrieve the previous total store value from player preferences. Float previous total score equals player prefs.getFloat total score, and the current score to the previous. Yeah, this is going to be a problem because now we're going to update it every single time we catch an object, which is not correct. Who cares? We can fix that. Float new total store, previous total store plus game manager store. Yeah, that's fine. Update the player preference with the new total store. Player prefs set flow total store, new total store. And then we display. Okay, this seems like it should work. However, we are going to need to change this, because that's not going to be correct. Now we have a float previous total store equals player prefs get float total store. And then we have the float new total store, which is the previous total store plus the current store. And then we will set the float total store to the new total store. Yeah, that's good. Find object game manager, and then we change the text. The only problem is that we're going to do this every time we catch an item, so it's going to update way too fast. It's not even going to be correct. But I think we can fix that later. I just want to see if it works, if it saves it. Which it should. Okay, no errors. Did ChatGPT do its job? We should probably move these buttons up a little bit as well. Yeah, do you see how quickly...
For this.
Why does it go up? It went up even when I didn't catch any. Right now, every time we catch one, we update the total store. Something is not correct here. And when we do that... Yeah, this is... Then we set current store. Yeah, I mean, this is... The problem now is that we can't update every time we catch an item. So what if we... Instead, we only... Oh, we had it that doubled as well. That's probably not good. And now we update the total store on start. I still have the game playing, that's not good. Also, can I just fix these buttons? Retry button, upgrade button, main menu. Okay, let's see what happens now. So now the total scores should update to what we had last. And it does.
For this.
But why does it keep updating here? GG's without football shoes, strange true. Maybe we should have done football shoes instead. This is not correct. Right now the total score is it's damn, brain fart. How do I explain this? It's adding up way too quickly. Every time the object... Is it possible to change the code so that we keep the previous total score, but every time an object collides with the player, which is this, he should understand that. And we just add +1 to the total score instead of adding the full score. Okay. So, but let's see. Did we set anything new up here? No, we didn't. I actually removed one part there. Now, float previous total score equals the get float. Yeah, add 1. New total score, previous total score +1. Okay, this seems good. Play prefs set float total score is the new total score and then okay, this is better. I think this is what we want. Update total score text. So instead of plussing the score, we just add 1. And now we need to make sure that we update total score texts. Update total score every time we catch an item, and then we can probably remove it down here. Let's not do that now though. Did I forget to save? No errors, that's good. 42, 43, 44.
Fullest.
Yeah, that's not correct. So I think that might be because we have the on start to update total score text, and every time that updates, it doesn't check whether or not I actually caught one. So if we remove that, it should only update whenever you catch one. Should be fine. Wait, maybe we should do like this. Update total... Update new total store text. And then, when we update new total store text, that's when we add one. And then we add another void that we call update previous total store text. And when we do this, we basically just... Is this not gonna work? Because here on the start, when we update high store text, what do we do? Yeah, we just show. So this is basically what we want. Manager dot total store text, right? Total store text equals the current total score. And then on start we just update previous total score text. Okay, now I think this should work. The reason I do this is because otherwise you won't be able to see your total score until after you die. And we want to be able to show this in like the main menu and stuff as well. Okay, no errors, that's good. Okay, it sort of works, but this should be total. I think it might actually work. I think we fixed it. Okay, it's working. Okay, so last but not least, of course we have to try and set a new record, right? So let's do that. Because now everything actually seems to be working. So before we do anything, let's make sure everything is saved. And also, like always, this worked. Thank you very much. You have to show some gratitude. Okay, let's see if I can set the high score. I think I had like 49 or something now. Sorry, I just need to check. Did I put the right times and everything now? Spawner, it should be like 0.904. And that works. Okay, this doesn't count, okay? Okay, 49 is what we should beat. Always say obrigado when ChatGPT actually helps. Yeah, it's good. You need to show some gratitude, otherwise the AI is going to take over all of us. Okay, give me some guesses in the chat. How many do you think I can catch? Oh shit, for this indeed. Okay, I have to do the jumping strat. Okay, it's actually pretty difficult from the get-go now. Maybe 0.8 is a bit much. That is tight. 79, let's see. Ooh, that might be a good guess. Dude, you went 2 away! Holy shit, dude! That was a good guess. Holy shit. Dude. And the worst thing is that on the 79th, it was actually one of those far away, so it was like this close to you being like actually correct. Holy shit, dude. Good guess. Okay, I don't know, I feel like this might be a little bit too hard. Just like keep in mind, it only gets faster and faster. Let's try like 0.9 maybe? Tell to ChatGPT, tell a joke. Oh yeah, you can actually do that. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. We wanna get at least above 100. Oh wait, I didn't actually change anything. Let's try 0.9. Because 0.8 is a bit fast, I feel like, to start. Just 0.4, when you get to the minimum spawn interval, it's going to be really fast. That is not even possible with this speed and stuff. That's why we are going to add upgrades. Dude, I'm glad I added jumping. It actually made the game a lot more fun. It feels more interactive in some regard. And it's also a very good tactic. Fuck you. That was mean. Maybe we should put it back in 1 second. Dude, you might be close again. I wanna get above 100.
For this.
Dude, you were 2 away again. That's fucking mad. Holy shit. That's actually mad. Okay, I think we're gonna do 1 second. Basically, right now I'm just cheating to get over 100 by making the game slightly easier. What was my total? I didn't even check. I would say a number and I will add +2. That's probably good. So far you've been so close. It's on these ones you have to jump in case it comes on the other side like that. Otherwise it's really tight. I got the tactic now. $102. So far so good, I haven't lost a single health yet. I should have jumped. Ooh. Holy shit. Like I said before, I want to add like a dashing ability later on as well. I think that would make it fun. Dude, I'm in the flow state now. Yeah, it is spawning faster.
For this.
Shit. Dude, I'm so focused. Also, I changed it so right now 1000 is when it starts getting really fast. I mean, it still gets fast, like faster for every single one that drops, but it's a more slow climb, if that makes any sense. Next step, online mode. Would be fun to do like a 1v1 mode. Ooh. $351. No, we're doing 500. I think 500 is when it's actually impossible. Nah, I'm not sure. It's already getting very fast here. Yeah. Oh, I actually caught it. Damn, someone needs to work on the hitboxes, eh? Shit. Okay, maybe 351 is a good guess. Sorry, dude. I'm definitely not doing 500 though. Ooh. Ah, okay. GG. High score 385. Total. They maximized. I don't know what this is. Damn, is this how shitty my game is gonna look? Read my joke. Claro que vai piada pra você. Por que o jacaré não usa a internet? Porque ela prefere lagoonete. I don't understand it. I don't know what jacaré is. Do you want to hear a joke? Crocodile. Do you want to hear a Portuguese joke? How do you say it? Estão dois ovos. Virou-se. Ouviste isso? Ovo. So stupid. Oh, it's from chat GPT. Estou chocado, o quê? Know a few of those, like, piadas secas. You also have, estão dois países. Virou-se... O que é que o teu pai faz? Nada. So dumb. It's funny. Bro. I should have made the game... I don't know. I have a book of jokes like that. Me too. Maybe it's the same one. No, I think it actually looks better, but if I zoom in here, then it looks good. Whereas if I zoom in here, it does not. But this might be the actual game though. Who cares? I'm definitely not gonna try and scale everything up now, it's way too late for that. Look, it's just gonna be a mini game anyway. Yeah, this is nice. We actually got some user interface here. I wonder if it is the same one. I don't know how old the book I have is. But the name is literally something Björdersöjers.
Folders. Folders. Folders.
And then somehow, what we're going to do later on is to turn the total COD into like a currency. So you're going to use that to do the actual upgrades. Of course, we haven't done that part yet. The monster shooting with a pistol. Definitely gonna make the game harder. Oh, we did a lot of progress now. Let's see. I do want to fix the dash ability. That's gonna be fun. But let's see, we actually fixed the restart button, total score, and high score. All done. I mean, technically we did the upgrade and menu button, but they don't actually work. So for the start scene and main menu, I assume that we're just gonna use the same things. So like technically all the programming for the high score and total quad is the same. And I think the start button is basically going to be the same thing as the restart button. You just start the scene, you know. I think the upgrade system is probably going to be one of the harder things to do. So, surprisingly, there's not that much... It's not like that much left. Like, we just have to fix the dash ability. Then we're like pretty much completely done with the movement. And then it's just some interface stuff with the upgrade menu and the main menu, the start scene. Then add some music, which I think is going to be pretty easy. And yeah, obviously this is going to be the hard part. Might have to... But golden boots should be easy, because we just changed the sprite. And I guess we could probably change the whole sprite for... to make the bigger mustache as well, rather than just making the mustache bigger. We actually do a new character with a bigger mustache. Because at first I thought about only like actually making a sprite for only the mustache and turning that bigger. But I think the problem is when we run into the wall, like the hitboxes are might not align completely. So, you know, if the mustache hits first, then the legs are gonna keep running, and after that they will not be aligned. But I just realized that we can probably switch out the entire, just make it so that when you purchase that upgrade, we just draw a new one with a bigger mustache. Já viste a série Pôr do Sol? Não, infelizmente. Estive a rever os momentos engraçados. Eu adoro essa série. E foi recomendado para mim, mas ainda não vi a série. G fucking G, guys. Já voltou? Eu tenho de ir, pá. Também eu tenho que dormir em breve. Mas obrigado por ver o stream, yo. Also, let's like this video as well, that was a good one. Definitely helped out. Okay, let's make sure... Oh. Let's make sure everything is saved here as well. Yeah, that is all I have time for today. But we did get a lot of shit done. This was a productive day. Just want to see my game over scene again. And then obviously when you open that one, you also hide this shit. Looks pretty clean. Like it. GG. Okay, like I said, that's all I have time for today. I have to get going, it's getting late, and I've been up for live for like almost 8 hours. Make sure to follow my YouTube. Also, if you wanna make sure to catch my streams, put on notifications here on Twitch. And also, if you didn't know, I also have a different YouTube channel called Chirpy VODs. So if you ever want to look back on these live streams and stuff, they will be posted on that channel. Because obviously Twitch deletes all VODs after like a month or something, so that would be like an archive for these live streams. Anyway, like I said, thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time, okay? Bye bye. See you now. Good night.